Garth!
Oh, shoot. Hold on. Where's the settings here? Audio is coming through the wrong thing. Actually, wait. I can just do this.
Do you play
Okay.
Magic the Gathering?
What was that? Sorry.
Do you play Magic the Gathering?
I used to. I think I may have mentioned it to you once that a while back I used to be really into Magic. I would do drafts and make decks, and the most fun thing to me was Commander. So Commander was like my favorite thing in Magic. But yeah, I know how to play Magic. If you gave me a Magic deck, I could, play a game.
So my idea for a Jacob-like estuary is cube draft with alcohol.
With who? Sorry?
Alcohol.
I'm not going to lie. That sounds really fun. Hold on. My audio is super loud. How do I turn the volume down?
I wouldn't do it in StreamYard. I would do it with your computer.
Yep, there we go. Much better. Okay. Sorry, you were coming in really loud. And I'm like, I like to preserve my ears.
Aha.
So, I saw Jordan Peterson on Tuesday, live in person.
Ooh.
And I even got a photo with him.
Ooh.
Here, I'll send you the photo.
You should be able to show it on screen if you would like.
Oh, let's see. How do I
present?
It would be slides. Oh, that's slides. Okay.
No, slides is actual slides.
Share screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I gotta pull up the photo first, so let me do that.
Which reminds me, you still have an admin seat, which I've been having trouble having enough admin sins for everybody. Hello, Jacob. Best of luck. I'm going to go hang out with a bunch of lonely nerd friends and watch the game.
I mean, are you really lonely with friends?
I actually am not lonely, but I figured, I have no interest in watching the game. And it was like, Sunday afternoon, I could do, there were some videos I wanted to make, but I was like, you know what? I'll just do virtually not alone, a la Grim Grizz. Loneliness in a room full of friends is an acquired skill. What can I say?
True.
Have fun, Charlie.
All right, let's see. All right, so let's try this. Share screen. You can share audio. Okay, good to know.
You can share audio.
Let's see. Okay.
And then you have to click Add to Stream.
Oh.
Come back to StreamYard, and then you have to click on the thing where it says Add to Stream. You see on the bottom?
I see the picture. Hold on.
Okay, so click on it.
Yep.
No. You have to go back to StreamYard on Chrome. And then on the bottom, you should be seeing 4 things. My extra cam, which isn't on, yourself, me, and a screen that says Garth.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I see my screen, and then I also see the screen that I'm sharing right here.
Mm-hmm. Are you looking at StreamYard where you see me and you and the background?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And on the bottom row, there should be 4 things. Me, you. I think you could see my extra camera as well, and you should be able to see my picture. I mean, your picture of you. This picture.
Yeah, this picture right here.
Yes, but I want you to learn how to put it on yourself.
No. I hear you. I'm just looking. So there should be an option down here, right?
You just click on the actual picture itself. Add to stream. Mouse over the picture you want to show.
I'm clicking on the picture, but I'm not getting any options. I see edit name, stop screen. I
Oh,
cannot
no. Hold on. Oh. Edit name, stop screen. No. Not the three dots. The
Okay.
actual over the picture. If when you mouse over it, there will be a button add to stream.
Okay. I do not see that button right now.
That is really strange.
So let's see. I have settings.
I see it.
Yes. Stop cam, mute, settings, leave studio. Yeah.
Are you using Chrome?
Oh, you know what? I'm on Brave. So I don't know if which is like Chrome based, I guess, but although wait, no, because I was able to do this last time I was here. Hold on.
StreamYard sometimes has trouble with black-green decks are the best. Well, I am working on my cube. I just added 20 cards to the cube. Garth is back. Okay, Garth, you should be able to click on yourself to put yourself back into the stream. Aren't you an admin? You are an admin. Are you not logged in on your admin account?
Let's see. Well, okay, so whenever I click the link on your maybe I need to log into my StreamYard account. Hold on, let me take a look at this. Okay, so I'm going to leave, and I'm going to come back into StreamYard, and I'm going to see if I can log into my admin account.
Okay.
So I'm going to go try that. I'll be right back.
Okay. So for now, I just added 20 cards to my cube, so I need to cut 20 cards. Let's see what the recommender tells me to cut. Okay. Garth.
Okay, so I'm in, but
okay. Let me just ask a few questions.
Yeah.
On the top right, do you have an end broadcast button?
On the top right of my StreamYard, no, I do not.
Okay, you are not logged in as an admin.
Okay, yeah. So
that's why you can't. That's why it's not letting you do the things. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, you still have an admin account.
So there is a login button on the top right here. So maybe it's like I need to log into my StreamYard account. Because right now, the only thing I'm connected with is my YouTube account. Like if I click your StreamYard link.
Yeah, so why aren't you logged in with your StreamYard account?
Oh, because I just used the link on your YouTube chat.
You should. So if you're logged, I mean, even when I do that, it should come up. Jason Allen. Hello, Jason. This may be your first time here. Hello, Jacob. I wanted to let you know how much I appreciate your discussion with Father Stephen. Great stuff, and I really appreciate your channel. Very informative. Thanks for your work. Best. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I mean, it's up to you if you want to log into your account. But
yeah, let me try.
It would be nice for you to learn how to use your admin account, because it would be nice if you actually used your admin account.
Yes, I agree. Although, like my life, well, as far as my life is concerned, I've just been super busy. Like I'm working throughout the week, and most weekends I have just had something planned for like the past couple weeks. Like this
I will not excuse you. You have to stream. This is really important stuff. How dare you not stream? I'm joking.
I know.
Like, stop making excuses for things you don't have to get excuses for. But it would be really nice. I'm gonna move Happy's camera because Happy's actually in her bed and you guys can't see her. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. There she is. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit StreamYard, and then I'm going to go enter in StreamYard through my account with my email and see if that changes.
Okay,
so I will be right back.
I figured you guys would find pictures of Happy more interesting. Chad!
Hey there.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. I'm on my way to the detox facility right now, so I might robot a little bit, but I wanted to drop in and say happy Sunday, my friend.
Happy Sunday. How have you
Happy
been?
Sunday.
Hey there. Yeah, no, it's been a good day. Kind of like just lazy, which is good. It's really good. I like lazy days. Apparently there's a football game or something today.
Apparently, yes. I have heard of these things, yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about it.
Hello?
Hello.
This is your first time here, I believe.
Yep.
Welcome.
Greetings.
Thanks.
Hello.
Yeah.
Tell us about yourself.
I'm sorry.
Who are you? What are you doing on my channel?
I'm Andrew. I'm a catechumen for the Coptic Orthodox Church. Yeah, I was introduced to your channel by your first discussion with Father Stephen DeYoung, and I've been diving in since. It's pretty great. I can't believe you've been doing this for years and years now. I've just been looking through it. But yeah, I'm. How do I explain this? Because of your guys' talks, I've been interested in Second Temple Judaism, whatnot, and how that connects Christianity with Orthodoxy. I grew up Protestant, and I know you're gonna laugh now.
I'm not gonna laugh. Like most of the people who listen to my channel are in fact currently Protestants, and a lot of them are former Protestants. So yeah.
Yep. That's
we
pretty
love
much me.
Protestants here, despite everything Chad says.
Good grief.
There's this Protestant myth that there's this early church that's uncorrupted and whatnot, and then the Catholics came and just ruined Christianity, and the Reformation is so great because it brought it all back, and that's actually the whole thing that started my interest in Second Temple Judaism and whatnot. So for all its faults, I'm grateful for that.
Yes, so. The great what do they call it? The great something. I forgot the name. What was the name of that theory? Now I have to. Father Eric says, "What can I say? You're welcome." Although Father Eric is a Roman Catholic priest, so.
Yeah, I just thought there was just those people called Christians and that they were weird. I didn't know anything else about all the categories. That was all rather confusing to me.
It's confusing to basically everybody.
Yep. There's no one that it's not confused. There's no one that's confused about, right? You thought you knew all the different churches out there, and then there's oh, well, it turns out there's also this church. There's Assembly of God or whatever, which that was a denomination where it's I didn't even know about that until a year ago.
I was thinking of the Great Apostasy. At least that's what the Mormons call it, but it was generally something a lot of Protestants believe, including a lot of Protestants. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's never like explicitly told, but it's always like a undercurrent,
So
Like
are you actually at UCLA?
yeah.
So you're like 1 mile north of me right now?
Yeah, pretty much. It's insane.
So I mean, if you play Magic, if when we're drafting in the cube, you're more than welcome to join us.
I'm into D&D, but I've never played Magic before.
Even better, you'll have to come. Which edition do you play?
I play retro clones of second edition. So
Oh wow,
yeah. I
you're
just
old
find
school.
Yep. I just find
And
5e
yet,
is I'm sorry.
and yet another church emerges.
Yeah, now I can tell why you're Coptic. I mean, if you're still playing second edition, although apparently at the Lord of Spirits conference, we're going to be playing first edition.
Wow.
Yes.
Man.
And I told Father Stephen I get to be the bard because I mean, I've always wanted to actually have a bard. I doubt we're going to get to 30th level so I can actually be a bard, but I figure the first 15 levels of like, what is it? You have to take 10 levels of wizard, no, 10 levels of thief, 5 levels of wizard, and then how many levels of something else in order to become a bard? It was something it was something interesting that I always aspired to.
I've heard that you can do like absolutely crazy things in second edition D&D. Like just like there's a lot more creative freedom in second edition D&D compared to the other ones. That's what I've heard. I don't know if you can confirm that or not.
I'll say I haven't actually played second edition. I just play like different riffs on it, or you could say streamlined versions. But I'll say that the retro clones of second edition, which I do play, are a lot more creative than the retro clones of first edition. It's like after D&D history, after second edition, you see just a lot more creativity. Like the rules expand, you get to do a lot more things. So
yeah, that's why I actually like 3.5. I thought 3. I mean, I still, if I were to choose something to play, it probably would be 3.5.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people like it, but I've never tried it out. So.
Oh, you haven't even tried it?
No, afraid not.
I would definitely try 3.5. Pathfinder, a lot of people like Pathfinder. Yeah. But the good thing about an MTG Cube is you don't really have to know that much. I mean, you can just come and play like with a cube. I think it may not be the simplest, but it gives you, well, I mean, yeah, I think it's fun for beginners as well. I don't know, not this Monday, but the Monday coming up, I have 7 Mormon missionaries coming over to play with my cube. You're welcome to join us.
I'll see if I have time. I've got midterms coming up, so.
Yeah.
Wait, are you saying that like he could jump in like as like someone who's new to Magic?
Yes.
Although, well, I would say that it might be a little hard in the sense that it's a draft. So it's like you kind of have to know like what cards to pick.
But it's
you know what I mean?
But it's a cube draft, so all the cards are good. That's
We're
the great thing about
here,
a cube.
So,
but like, really, so like, I guess like, so when you're a cube, it's like there's like all the cards are good. There's not like weak or good. Okay.
Well, I mean, all the cards are tend to be overpowered. Like I have Channel in this cube, and Fireball.
I don't remember those cards off the top of my head.
So Channel Fireball, it was the first really broken tournament combination in Magic. Channel is 2 green, and you can add as many mana colorless mana, as many colorless mana to your mana pool as you pay life.
Oh yeah, that's broken.
And then, so Fireball, right, is 1 red and then X. So as long as you have 4 mana, 2 green, 1 red, and 1 of any other color. You can channel Fireball. So actually, on turn 1, if you play a Black Lotus and either a red or green Mox and a land, and actually it doesn't even have to be like just as long as you have 1 source of red or green.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Turn 1, boom, 20 to the face.
Yep, that's a win. Oh man, Jacob, did you see what MTG released for their 30th anniversary?
I did not, but that's partially because ever since they canceled Therese Nielsen, I've been pretending that I'm boycotting Wizards of the Coast, even though I'm not.
As you should, but I only I heard about this through just through ears, and this was so baffling I had to look it up myself just to confirm it. What it was is that they re-released alpha cards.
Proxies. I heard about this.
But they're proxies.
Yeah.
So, do you know how much they charged for a 15-card booster pack?
Apparently, it was something like $1,000.
$1,000 for proxy cards of all things.
Yeah.
Everyone was insulted by this because of how money grubbing it is.
No, honestly, not that many people were insulted. Jeremy from the Quartering was insulted, and he has tons and tons of followers who. It's funny, I was actually on Jeremy's channel way back when talking about my lawsuit against Wizards. But I was a judge, a Magic the Gathering judge, and I felt that they were it wasn't just felt. I knew that they were mistreating judges. So I was the first judge to sue Wizards. I was not the last judge to sue Wizards. Yeah. And supposedly my settlement with them is confidential, but I went on the Quartering and talked about it. So.
Yeah, everyone's riled
It
up
is
at
now clear
Wizards
to me
because
why
they,
this is.
Go for it.
What'd you say, Chad?
I don't know if I'm breaking up here. Sorry.
Now you're good. Go for
No,
it.
you're good.
Oh, I was saying I
Are
don't
we nerding
understand
you
why
out?
it's called. That I was just gonna say. No.
Now you are roboting, but I'm guessing
out.
I'm guessing what you're saying is now I understand why it's called Lonely Nerd on Super Bowl Sunday, because yes, my plan was always to absolutely nerd out. So Andrew, what's your major?
Chemical engineering.
Good.
Yeah.
Hard sciences. I heartily approve.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you are going to Westwood High School. Yes, I did go to USC.
Yep. My dorm mates are all fans of football and everything. They're into rivalries and all that sort of stuff. It's mad.
I enjoyed the rivalry. I think I like this idea of having a crosstown rivalry and stuff, and I think those types of things are necessary in order to properly channel community and aggression and stuff. And so I am actually a big fan of town rivalries and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Who is your rival, Jacob?
Well, I have always been on Team Dog against Team Cat, so I am going to get a cat when I get back from my vacation. That's what the cat tree is for, and I'm going to call him Shadow of Death. Well, him or her, I don't know, but it's hopefully going to be a long-haired black cat. But I've always been on Team Dog. I like Team Dog versus Team Cat. I like Trojans versus Bruins. That's always been fun. I don't know. Even with the religious stuff, like I think some friendly disagreements, as long as they're friendly, can be healthy. So
Well, you have pretty wide definition there, friendly, my friend.
well, I mean,
Maybe I'm just sensitive. I'm just a sensitive bitch. It's okay. We can all say that.
well, I mean, I think, I mean, I was considering doing a video today, burning down Luther's church, talking about why exactly I said what I did, and explaining why I think it's necessary to say something provocative like that, because frankly, if you're offended by me even quoting him like that, it's like, well, what does that say about having him be the founder of your church and dressing up as him and raising your children to think of him as somebody to look up to? Like, he actually wrote books, 2 books, famously. The Bondage of the Will. Those are not the books. Those are not the books I was talking about.
I know, but I recently got this because my one of my distant relatives was getting rid of some books, and I found this one, so I picked it up.
Okay. I mean, I have
I know
nothing
why you're
against
saying.
reading
I understand
his stuff, but like, I don't think he should be considered some sort of saint.
So, question.
Oh, believe me, after the short dive into the history via the book Reformations, I definitely had to pause on whether or not I wanted to or found it acceptable to. Well, I don't want to say be a member of a Lutheran church, but I did say to myself, yeah, why the hell is this church named after Luther? That is really weird. But that doesn't mean I would want to leave the church because I like the community. I would also say that my guess is that 99% of the people who are in Lutheran churches have no clue about the history. They have they probably have a very limited understanding of the Reformation history in general, and I do think that's a problem. I think Christians are, and I'm one of them, are unbelievably strange. And for example, my wife was trying to look up obituaries because somebody had passed away, and so she was trying to look for obituaries. She tripped over an obituary out of our town. And okay, so I'm reading this obituary. First of all, it says the guy died probably from an accidental overdose from fentanyl. So it gave that up right away. I thought, well, that's really weird that they're saying that. And then as you get into the thing, and you get to the bottom of the obituary, it says Andrew wasn't saved by Christ, but it's not too late for you. And then and then there was a link to this guy's website. He is a pastor. He is the brother of the guy that died, and I thought, what a fucking asshole.
Yeah, one of my good friends, I only know him because I saw him say on, like, his daughter and I are friends on Facebook, and I saw him comment, yeah, like she said something like so and so died, and this is the anniversary, and he responded, yeah, too bad he's burning in hell or something like that. And
Yeah.
and my response was like if you were Jewish, and this is the halacha, that if you were to say something like that, you and I sent him to the place in Maimonides where he says, if you say something like that, like you're supposed to take 9 other men with you to his grave to apologize.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
because who made you?
Oh my God. It's so sad. You know, it's so easy for me to track where Christianity and religion probably goes wrong. It's like, you guys just scratch your head wondering why people aren't in the church. Well, it's because people. And, you know, and it's like, and so when I hear a statement like, you know, even if it's a joking statement talking about burning churches, I think, you know, you're not helping.
Okay,
But
but
anyways, so
it's
I know
not
that. I
a
understand. I
it's
understand
not
you
a
didn't mean that.
it's not, but it wasn't a jokey statement. That's what I want to be clear about.
Yeah,
I
I
was
know.
quoting him,
Right.
you know, and that's
I get it.
yeah.
But it's to me, again, because I know you don't mean that. First of all, I'm not offended that it's Lutheran churches either. It could have been any church.
Well, no, I would not say that about any other church.
But what I am saying is my offense doesn't come because it's specifically from Lutherans. I would be offended if that was said about any church. Is what I'm getting at. Whether it was a mosque or a synagogue or whatever, it's like that's fucking offensive. Just like it's very offensive for a guy to say this about his brother and try and promote his church. Like, I actually want to get a hold of this guy because I want to have coffee with him. I want to ask him. I want to know what it is. Why would you think this? And what would possess you to say this about your blood brother? You know? But then I started researching the guy that said it. And, you know, he was a millionaire by the time he was 25. He has all these chain restaurants that he owns. And he's like a shepherd at Grace Church, which is a John MacArthur church. And I thought,
I've been there.
like,
They kicked
what
me
is?
out.
How do you? I don't understand. I don't understand what would possess somebody to say these types of things, and then to say it, and then actually, like, you know, think that it's a good thing that you're saying. It's absolutely absurd. But I came to the conclusion that even if I did sit down and have coffee with this guy, I'm not sure it would be a fruitful conversation because I don't.
I mean,
You know,
so my friend Ed, who's the person who said that, I mean, he still believes what he believes, but I do think that having the discussion with him is worthwhile, and yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean, I wonder what kind of theological, I don't know, understanding would give you the gumption to say that with conviction. Like, where does it say that you should say something like this to somebody else? It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
I think I mean, yeah, I think you see this type of thing a lot in people, and unless you have something that's actually actively teaching people not to say things like this, I think they are just going to.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I know even people who aren't Protestants who have said these types of things about their close family. I know a guy who is now passed away. He was Catholic. He said this about his own mother. Two
Yeah,
people.
I think I've spoken about Krish before, who he he's he's he watches this channel, and he was trying to decide between he comes from a Hindu background,
Mm.
and he was
Yeah.
trying to decide between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, and he said that he could not the reason he could not become a Christian or a Muslim, and why he ended up choosing to be a Noahide, is because he could not believe in a religion that said his parents are going to hell, and his parents, like, they're nice people, but they're Hindus.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, this got dark quick. I just
Yeah. For me personally, when I was looking up Orthodox churches, because I got interested, one video that really convinced me of the goodness of Orthodoxy was this Protestant just going in interviewing a Coptic Orthodox priest, and one of the questions was, what if like an Orthodox catechumen were to die? Like, would you give him a Orthodox burial or anything, or like does he go to heaven or hell, or what goes on there? And the priest just said, God is the judge. I don't know. It'd be presumptuous of me to say what would happen to a soul. I don't remember if he said whether they could like provide him an Orthodox burial, but that humility was part of what convinced me that this tradition is a good thing to attach myself to. Yeah.
Speaking of church people, I'd like to make a quick comment, if Eric is watching, that I loved the video that he posted on his channel with his discussion with Mark, titled What the Church Needs to Survive. I don't know if any of you other guys have seen that video yet.
Not yet, no.
But anyway, I like double thumbs up. Awesome. Like, everyone should go watch that video.
Okay.
Even
though,
if you're not church, like, it's just
no. But so even though Mark, I let Mark, like, he had a 9-hour stream on my channel recently. Like,
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, like, it's like Mark says a lot of things I am not a huge fan of, and I mean, I watched that stream. I don't know. I was not convinced it was as insightful as other people think so. And I mean, Father Eric is an actual priest, so like he knows more than I do, and like I don't know, but I was not I did not find what he said to be sound and good analysis personally.
Well, it could be the case that Mark just makes better videos than streams. Who knows? But I found the way. Although I would like to pick Mark's brain on his take on like games, because one of the things that he quickly did mention in that video is that that the way that people are acting like the way they are right? How they feel like that they can be an individual and can be powerful is that they gain this perspective from playing video games. Because in a video game, like you are the hero, right? And everything is like laid out before you, right? And it's like your job to like conquer it. And so and because people grew up playing that, then they lose that perspective. But I would like to hear his take on like either cooperative video games or cooperative like, board games. All right. Cooperative board games in the sense that you have to cooperate with other people just to play like a board game together, right? So it's like yeah, you are like playing on your you're playing for you, but you're also playing with other people. So it's like there's a sense of communication that's happening, even though it's through like the medium of a game, like D&D or Magic.
Yep.
Like that. So, but I think he's right in that video games can be unhealthy in that way. But I think there's like some games that people can engage in that can be like healthy for them, as long as they're not spending too much time playing like games and doing other stuff in life.
Yeah, I used to be involved in the classics. And one thing that was really interesting to me was how like originally stuff like the Odyssey and the Iliad were oral traditions, like you'd have these Greek poets going around and reciting them to people, and each one would like have their own different flavor. Maybe this city that has Menelaus tied to their founding myth, you expand on that part of the story there, and I read this somewhere that writing down those oral traditions was late in the history. It's like they thought that this stuff might die out, so we might as well write it down. And I see a lot of this interactive gaming, like TTRPGs and whatnot, as somewhat of a revival of that tradition. I don't think it's as good as like, the Odyssey or anything, where you have a myth that's tied to your nation's founding that you participate in. But it's something. It's
where it's like instead of myths nowadays, it's the games that we play together.
Yeah. I tell you, man, in some of these D&D circles, like people get really into the role playing and whatnot. Like, I'd say before I had like a very participative church, like a lot of that creativity just got funneled into D&D and whatnot. So.
Yeah, all that creative energy. So I've told Jacob about this before, but back in the day when I was in high school, I did LARPing. So like the next level of D&D, and like like that's when it gets real, where it's like it was fun, but it's an expensive hobby.
Yeah.
Like, and it's a big tight commitment, almost as if you were joining a church.
Yeah, I've got a couple buddies that do historical reenactment, and that's like, if LARPing's expensive and time costly, historical reenactment where you have to get all the details down and whatnot, that is just, it's crazy.
The good part about that is that you get to learn a lot as far as like craftsmanship wise, right? Because it's like sometimes you have to make the stuff that you need in order to, do historical reenactment or to LARP or whatnot. So yeah, back when I was really into board games, I would play board games for the game. Like, so if there was like a really complex board game that you had to like, calculate and plan your strategy really well, then like that to me was like a really good board game. And so for me, the story always came from us like just playing through the game, like, and seeing the motions that happened, where it's like, so that guy, like one guy wins. And then after the game's done, we'll talk about like, well, how did he win exactly? Right? Like what moves did he do and what decisions were made that led up to that point? Because that to me is super fulfilling, right? It's like if you make a decision heavy game, right, and you get done with it, and it's like And it's like, even if you don't win, you're still really satisfied, right? Because it's like there's a certain amount of effort that like you kind of put into it. And there's also something you kind of get to learn from the meta of the game itself just by playing it. So anyway. But this is all like thinky, calculating type brain games.
Well, this is the thing. So this is part of the fundamental difference between men and women. Women tend to be more interested in people, and men tend to be more interested in things. And that's why I think it's a good idea for us to have ways for men to bond that are friendly to men.
As I've heard it, men bond side to side, and women bond face to face.
Yep.
Friendly to men.
Oh. I'm hearing the audio for Shane.
Shane, you're echoing. Yes, stop echoing.
Gotta put on some headphones.
Would it be me though? Thanks. I will try and work on that.
Oh, headphones are probably the best way of working it out if you have headphones.
I think I've had these headphones for like 13 years, and they still work great, and they're super comfortable.
Yeah, I like the wired ones a lot more than wireless.
Let's see. Jacob, what are you working on down there?
I am working on my magic cube as we speak.
Oh, okay.
Yes. If you guys don't want to watch
a magic cube.
Yes.
Sorry.
So if you don't want to watch Happy, you can help me cut. I need to cut 17 more cards for my magic cube.
Oh boy. Okay, let's see what you got.
Well, okay. So the list. So this is what the recommendation thing is telling me to cut. Number 1 is Riot Spikes, and I like Riot Spikes, so no. And then number 2 is Cerebral Vortex, and I like Cerebral Vortex, so no. And then number 3 is Custody Battle, and I like Custody Battle, so no. Now I'm thinking of maybe cutting Lay Waste and Jund Battle Mage. But yeah, a lot of this stuff, like, it's telling me to cut. I might cut Lumi Thread.
Creatures you control get that, and it's a morph card.
So the fun thing about Lumi Thread Field is when your opponent does something to, like, so you get it you get a 2/2 creature for 3.
Yep, right.
And then when your opponent like does something like destroy target creature or something.
Ooh, okay.
You morph it, and it
right.
becomes a enchantment that gives all of your creatures +0/+1.
Ooh, yep. And it basically, it gives them that extra health, and then the creature is actually fine, and they can't kill it because they already spent all their mana.
So it's like, yeah. So it's a fun thing, but I already have Zoetic Cavern there. But a lot of the stuff it's telling me to take out, I like. I'll probably
go to Bringer of the Blue Dawn. Let me see that card. Number 12.
I just put it in, and it wants me to take it out, and it's like, how dare you?
I would this is for a draft, right?
Yes.
I would probably take this card out. It's just it's too big for draft, in my opinion.
But you need Timmy cards. Stop being such a spike. You need Timmy cards in your draft. You need big, beefy cards people are excited about casting and putting out.
But this is but no one's going to pay the 5 mana cost for this, right? They're going to have to pay for that
Then-
9 mana cost in order to play
well,
this thing.
yeah, I guess there isn't that much.
There's no way
mana
anyone's going to
fixing.
run a 5-color deck in a draft. Like
I have a bunch of lands, although I didn't have whatchamacallits. I don't have my duels anymore. I have one of each shock land and one of each fetch land in the cube.
oh, okay, all right. Well, I mean, I guess you do have some variety, but that card for me, it's like I would not feel guilty at all if I took that card out.
It's not a matter of guilty. Sometimes you want to put you want to leave cards because they're fun and somebody will try to play it and it'll be a bad idea. I'll probably take Paragon of the Amisha out too.
Let's see. First strike.
Oh, Paragon of the Amisha.
Oh,
yeah, it's
calendar turn comes to Angel. Oh, I see.
yeah.
Hey, I'll do some online tourneys or something, and then we can play.
No. These are actual cards I have, but I am using this website to help me edit the cube. Yeah, this is Magic the Gathering.
I would probably take this card out because most likely it's just going to be stuck as a 2/2 first strike.
Yeah, I'm gonna take Paragon of the Amisha out. So let's see. Yeah, Paragon of the Amisha, Looming Thread Field. I should probably take Mirror Smith out too. Where's
Hey, how
Mirror
much?
Smith?
So, do you know anything about prices? Because I have this one, and I think I haven't been able to find it online.
That is just a swamp, and I don't know which version of swamp.
Can you tell us what set it's from? I can't see that little symbol on the bottom.
Well,
So this,
here, put it up again.
okay.
So it's
There's a wolf? Hold on.
272 out of 277. Oh, MID swamp, basic swamp. Here, I'll find it.
We're in this one.
Oh.
Did
It's looks like it's 50 cents.
okay. Hey,
Yeah,
Yeah, that sounds about right.
thank you.
you're
Is
Wait, is that a holographic?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's like $2. Maybe $3.
No. That one's 50 cents.
Oh, the holographic. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, I actually checked. That one is 50 cents.
Man. Dude, I can't be sure, but I think my roommate. Well, you know what? I can't speak. Back up. Okay. All right. Continue. I just very excited.
You are very excited. What are you very excited about?
Just. Oh, jeez. No thanks.
Okay, so Looming Thread.
I gotta come back.
Out.
We got people calling.
I'm sure this is really, really interesting to all the people listening.
Well, I mean, the title does say "Lonely Nerd" on Super Bowl Sunday. So it's like we're doing the title some justice here, you know. Also, I enjoy talking about Magic now and then. Oh, did you? Okay, so they recently added a Magic card that's called Garth, and it's like a 5-color card. What's it called? If you add this to your cube, I'd play with you.
Garth? I might have a Garth.
Garth One Eye. That's right. Yeah.
No, I do not have Garth One Eye.
Anyway, they added that card as soon as I quit playing Magic, and I'm like, dang it, whatever. I'm still not playing Magic.
Garth One Eye. Let's see. 5 color legendary. Yeah, this is not a cube card. And it's 36 whole cents. I mean, how could I add a 36-cent card to my...
Wow, really? Is that what it's going for?
Yes.
Man, I just might buy it just to hang it up somewhere. I don't know.
Apparently, there's like also Garth One Eye emblem, and that's no, that's, let me see. No, they've printed it in many different versions.
Okay.
Yeah, there's foil, which you would call holographic, because you're a Pokemon heretic.
Wait, I am?
Yes. How dare you call foils holographic cards, you heretic?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? I think it was like Pokemon cards where I first heard about like how like the concept that some cards in a trading game can be shiny and whatnot.
Yes, that everyone who says holographic instead of whatchamacallit, instead of, so this card.
Oh, Soul Ring. Yep. Yeah.
Yes, but this is a beta Soul Ring.
Oh, how much does that go for?
500.
Ooh,
Jeez.
nice. I mean, it is a beta, so that makes sense. And Soul Ring
And it's a
is
beta Soul Ring. This one's really beaten up, so it might be a bit less. But I mean, if it was a like near mint beta, they probably would go closer to 1,000 or something.
So when are you playing this cube?
Not this Monday, but next Monday. I have 7 missionaries coming by to play.
That's right. Huh.
Are they going to try converting you?
No. They actually gave up on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually gave up on me.
Honestly, they probably could have a lot to learn from Jacob, to be honest.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if I mean, when they were still visiting me, but basically the visits turned into lectures.
Okay.
But yeah. Okay. So I still have to take how many more cards out? I am 15 cards over.
Okay.
Here, I will put a link to the
Ooh, yeah, that would be helpful. And I can look at it for myself.
yes. Here is the cube ID.
Just posted in the private chat.
No, I'm putting it in a public chat.
Oh, okay.
So that's the cube ID, and here's a link to the website.
Andrew, you can maybe learn some things about magic.
Yeah.
Hey, you're welcome to join us when we play.
When was that again?
Not this Monday, but next Monday. They're probably going to come from like 11 to 4. You probably have class Mondays.
Yeah, probably.
You're welcome to just drop by when you can and say hi.
Mhm.
Oh, you got slivers in here? Take out the slivers. That's
I
the
only
part you
have
can do-
one sliver in
Okay.
there, and
Alright.
it's telling me to take out the harmonic sliver.
I mean,
I
it's not,
probably should.
all slivers have. Wait, that would not.
Yes, it triggers when harmonic sliver
It
comes
does.
into play.
Okay, that's
yes,
right. I was
that's
trying to remember.
why. That's why you play harmonic sliver.
Yep.
Is
Yeah.
it triggers when it itself comes into play.
So you're able to cast a creature rather than some instant or sorcery that they could potentially counter.
Exactly, and
Yep.
you can Green Sun Zenith it into play. There's all kinds of ways you can put a creature into play
Gosh,
as opposed to.
whenever I see slivers, I'm just like, oh, there's more in here. I know there's more in here.
No, I mean, making a sliver cube might be fun, but like most sliver cards, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are people who make sliver cubes, but
That does not sound like fun to me. Because
Yeah.
that's like it's just too easy. It's too easy of a strategy.
So if you look under analysis, it has a recommender. So it's telling me to take out Riot Spikes, Cerebral Vortex, Custody Battle, Weather Seed Totem. I'm just surprised it's telling me to take it out because it's actually a pretty good card. I don't know why it's telling me to take it out. I think I am going to take Late Waste out. I don't know if I want to take Phyrexian Juggernaut out.
Can you hear me, Jacob?
Yes.
Okay, my screen's just froze. So give me a.
Yes, I see that.
Okay.
Why did your screen freeze?
I have no idea.
You're back.
Okay, that was weird.
And there's my dog again, in case somebody wants to watch the dog instead of listen to us talk about Magic the Gathering.
Okay, give me a second. My graphics card just, got hit by a bug of some sort. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Overview list. This is my first time using this website. This is recommender. I see. Okay,
Yeah.
I see it now. Blight Soil Druid. Actually, yeah, that's a pretty good card. Wanderer's Twig. Why is it suggesting that one?
I just took Wanderer's Twig out.
Oh, okay. All right.
Where are you seeing Wanderer's Twig?
I'm in recommended cuts.
So did I not save my cube? Wanderer's Twig is already out.
Okay.
Oh no. Apparently I didn't register that I took it out. I thought I took it out. I was pretty sure I took it out. Did I not say that I was taking it out?
Skeleton Shard.
I thought I did take it out, but like apparently I forgot to include the fact that I took it out. Okay, so I only have to take 14 more cards out.
The recommended cuts keeps going, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Piracy Charm? Oh, that's a fun card. Yeah, that should stay in there.
There's a lot of fun cards. I don't know why it's telling me to take out all the fun cards.
I would. Yeah, Wanderer's Twig. I could see that.
I took Wanderer's Twig out. Where?
Maybe a Horizon Spellbomb.
Really? I just put it in. Maybe. Yeah, I'll consider it.
I don't know. When it comes to drafts, it's like, I don't know. I'm very hesitant to put any type of like mana ramp in a draft deck because your deck is.
Yeah, but this is different. This is, we're not just talking about a normal draft deck. We're talking about a cube draft. So things.
Right.
I'm surprised it's not telling me to take Skitter of Lizards out. Like I expected that to be one of the first cards out, but it's not telling me to do that. Skirk Marauder. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take Skirk Marauder out.
Words of Wisdom. Oh, that's a fun card.
Yeah, and Words of Wisdom, that's like a big Mormon thing, so that one's not getting cut mostly because the Mormons are going to love it.
Why? Because it's like...
Because Words of Wisdom is what is the name of excuse me, the letter that what's his name wrote?
John Smith?
Joseph Smith
Or
wrote,
Joseph Smith.
telling Mormons that they should not drink coffee and tea and that stuff, and that's why. So that's known as the Words of Wisdom, and like, so if you say to a Mormon Words of Wisdom, they will think of that, and it's a famous thing. So like when we were going through my cards to find cards that they wanted to add, like they were all like, "Oh, hey, there's a card named the Words of Wisdom." So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the queue, regardless of whether it ever gets played.
Sure.
Because this is our Mormon cube.
Bringer of the Blue Dawn. I still think you should take that card out, but that's my vote.
I might. So I'm taking Skirk Commando and Skirk Marauder out, and Jund Battle Mage and Lay Waste. Okay, so I still have 10 more cards I have to remove. By the way, Andrew, if you want to talk about something else, we can talk about whatever.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
I don't know. Just one tidbit. I plead with you, Jacob. Do not read the NIV Bible. It's killing me. It's killing me because it's made by Protestants and they deliberately mistranslate it to fit into their theology. It's horrible.
Yeah, but I don't know Greek, and there is no other thing.
What we use for the Orthodox Church is the NKJV. It uses the Septuagint. I'm sure you'll be mad about that, but what can I say?
I mean, the Hebrew of the NIV is a lot closer to the Masoretic text than like, yeah. What do you think of Ricochet Trap, Garth?
What number
I think
is
it's
that?
fun. It's number 12 on the recommenders remove list.
Oh, it's number 15 for me for whatever reason. But anyway.
Horizon Spellbomb. It's telling me to take out Horizon Spellbomb. Yeah, I mean, the NIV, so NIV, whatchamacallit. Yeah, I mean, I generally use mostly KJV, but like the NIV Hebrew is much better than the...
At least for Paul's letters, don't use the NIV.
Okay, they're not...
Because I'm telling you, Paul is like Luther's favorite, you know? So they're going to mistranslate it to fit with Luther.
Okay. I think I'm going to take Noble Templar out.
Yeah, I saw that card. I wasn't thrilled about that. Ricochet Trap, I actually kind of like that card.
Yeah, it seems like a fun card. Although I have to say there aren't that many cards that it could apply to that it's going to be used for. That's
Andrew,
the thing.
Have you heard of the... you've obviously heard of the Message Bible before.
The Message Bible. I think so, yeah.
Oh boy. You should read that Bible.
Yeah.
That Bible is a piece of work.
A piece of work. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Depends how you think about it. I wouldn't suggest someone read this Bible. I suggest that people read it like, ironically, it's like there's like I think there's like some passage that got translated in the Message Bible. So what the Message Bible is, right, is like, think of the Message Bible, but you are trying to use the most basic English vocabulary to try to translate the Bible to an audience. So it's like, and they have like little phrases here and there. And it's like, there's one passage where they said, and they were scared out of their wits. and it's, anyway, yeah, actually, you know what? Here, I'm going to look up some funny the Message Bible verses.
Well, is that their thing rather than for fear of the Jews? Because I have to tell you, like, for fear of the Jews, always kind of like, it's like, really? You have that in your Bible? Are you serious?
Oh, this is just on YouVersion. Let's see. What Bible is that in?
What, fear of the Jews? All of them? Just search your New Testament for fear of the Jews.
Let's see.
The Hawaiian Pidgin Hebrew. Bible. I did not know that there was a Hawaiian. And yes, I am making a magic cube. And by the way, Richard, Andrew, Richard, you both live in Los Angeles, and you're so Richard that's Zurich. He is a freshman at Biola.
Nice.
Yeah. What year are you?
Sophomore.
You're a sophomore, so you're a year older than Richard. Well, Richard is also young for a freshman. I think he's like 17 or something.
Let's see. So the verse I'm looking at is John 7, verse 13. Howbeit no man spake openly of him for fear of the Jews.
There's several places where it talks about fear of the Jews.
Okay. I was only able to find one so far.
African Pharaoh, I have no idea who you are, but please turn on your whatchamacallit first?
Camera?
Camera?
Yes. We are a camera.
No, Andrew is at UCLA, a real college, Richard. I've lived in Los Angeles basically my entire life. I didn't even know Biola existed until a year ago. It's Bible Institute of Los Angeles. That is what Biola is.
Yeah, I've got a couple of friends from my high school who went there. One of them she's a Protestant whose boyfriend is an altar boy. So I'm sure Luther would be spinning in his grave right now.
Actually, Richard is formerly Protestant, and he's about to become a catechumen at African Pharaoh. This is not the proper place for that. If you need if you're feeling suicidal, there are suicide websites and suicide you should
Hotlines.
Hotlines you should call. Coming on a live stream is not healthy. So so you should contact one of those places, please.
Yeah, it's like, we can't guarantee that we're the right people to help you here.
In fact, I can guarantee we're not the right people to help you here.
As far as we're concerned, we're a bunch of nerds talking about magic. So
yes.
we are telling you this not because we hate you, but because this is what you should do if you are genuinely feeling suicidal.
Yes. Although I have to say, I am very, very skeptical that someone who supposedly is suicidal comes with a broken camera to a live stream, much more likely somebody wants to porn bomb us as usual.
That's very sketch.
There's Richard.
Hello.
No.
Hello.
Hello, Richard.
Have you come to join the nerd club?
Richard is spending a lot of time on on chat, which makes me wonder.
Am I though?
You are though. In
much.
fact,
It's
yes.
not that much time. I'm joking.
He could quit whenever he wants to.
That is true.
So, which church are you going to, Andrew? Richard goes to what, St. Michael's in where is it?
It's in Whittier.
I think I've heard of it. I go to St. Mark's here in LA. It's pretty neat. It actually has icons by Isaac Fanous, who's the starter of the Neo-Coptic iconographic tradition.
Oh,
so
wow.
It's really cool.
Okay.
All of the icons are like really well made.
Beautiful.
Uh-huh.
So is it a Coptic Orthodox church?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, St. Michael's is the first purpose-built Western Rite Orthodox church. So it's Western Rite, which is it's nice coming from the Protestant West, because one of the hesitancies I have joining Orthodoxy was that I'm Western and I'm never gonna be Eastern. So I just stumbled into this Western Rite church, and so okay, great, I can be in my Western heritage. Not that there's not massive problems with Western theology, but it's nice to be in that tradition.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a struggle being, in the Coptic church, because the language isn't mine. All these icons are in a different style. But, there are those moments where they say monogenes in the liturgy, and I'm like, yes, yes.
A word I know.
Yep.
Yeah. Would that be in the Nicene Creed, or just anywhere in the liturgy?
Yep, Nicene Creed.
Okay.
Yeah, they say it for Vespers, for liturgy, for just about everything.
Well, I have to say, the word monogenes, the way Father Stephen translates it, is completely unlike anything that most Christians understand that word to mean. So, yeah.
What's the Hebrew that he connects?
Yechidi.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I have to keep that in my pocket. Because that really is an interesting read on it. And I've also been needing to figure out how the Trinity philosophically works, what the relationship between the substance and the hypostases is. Because I've been pretending it's simple, but it's not really that simple. And so I need to.
True, it is not simple.
Yeah. So, well, neither are you guys. From the way you talk about God, Jacob, you guys are more complicated than.
Yes,
we are.
but these understandings of God in that manner are not only not considered fundamentals that you must believe in that particular way. They are in fact considered only advanced teachings that few people are likely to understand, and generally we don't bring up unless somebody themselves is asking and trying to understand about them. Generally, I mean, I'm not saying that if you were listening to what am I calling it? Torah studies in depth. series with me
Oh, yeah.
and what's his
Ben.
name?
His
Ben?
name is Ben, right? Yeah.
Yeah. If you're listening to that, you might actually get lots of whiffs of lots of things which may sound rather advanced, because that is an advanced Bible study.
Yeah.
At the same time, I am not like,
Gonna explain it to us. Yeah, I know.
well, no, it is something like I'm explaining, but like in Christianity, supposedly these are things which are like basics and fundamentals of your religion, and if you don't believe in the Trinity, you're going to hell. Like,
Supposedly.
I mean, I'd kind of disagree. We do have some of that, like, how do you say it? Like, you need to undergo theosis to understand God more. Like, I don't know if you'd put it that way, but like, you need to do the practices to understand the theology more, right? So like, there's books that are deliberately for monks, and there are some books that you need to read with discretion of your priest. Like, I don't know if it's systematized because I'm not a monk. I'm not in the system, you know? I think part of this is that you're talking a lot with lay people like, you know, Richard and I.
well, no, I mean, look, our good friend Sam on this channel is somebody who has been kicked out of multiple churches because he does not believe in the Trinity. And it's like, come on, like if this is something you're like, I've started calling it a firing offense. Like, really, this is a firing offense? Not agreeing on a particular understanding of the Trinity, or something that's not even mentioned even in the Christian Bible. Like, it's not just that it's not mentioned in the Jewish Bible, it's not even mentioned in the Christian Bible. So it's like, come on, guys. Like, how fundamental is this to your religion?
Yeah, well, it seems that the church fathers think it's fundamental. It is significant that, I heard in a lecture that you could say the Apostles' Creed as a Unitarian. Now, it's going to be somewhat uncomfortable, but you can do it, right? So there was the need of development and expounding over the first 300, 400 years. But it does seem like, and I think it's a persuasive argument, that in order to account for the New Testament, you do need the doctrine of the Trinity. But Sam disputes that, and I'm happy for him to dispute it.
I am very happy for him to dispute it as well.
From how I kind of understand it, is that, like, the reason for the initial hostility is that, or maybe not, hostility is not the right word, but the reaction is that, you know, if you're not a Trinitarian, right, then it basically undermines, like, you know, like they see it as it undermines Christ too much, right? And so that's why they're like, whoa, it's like, right? It's like, are we talking about the same thing? And to most pastors out there, they probably wouldn't see eye with that. Now it's like, given enough time, if Sam sat down with like these pastors and he talked with them long enough, they probably could come to an understanding. Really?
He's sat down with quite a few pastors, including Fred Sanders, who like recommended for him to be kicked out of church.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sam is a hardcore Unitarian. He's a hardcore Unitarian. And he will defend it with some pretty good arguments, but he's still a Unitarian. And so.
Okay, so I made enough cuts. I'm down to 360 cards. And how dare you say take out Dr. Foundry, you absolute heretic.
Okay, reason being is that like they're like, okay, here's my thought process. I'm looking at the whole list, and
Yes.
it's like I just don't think there's many artifacts.
No. Okay, look at the maybe board. What do you see there?
Wait, hold on. The maybe board?
Yes.
Hold on. Sorry.
So are you guys gonna keep cutting until a certain point and then draft decks out of the queue?
Well, yeah,
Play?
360.
Okay.
So I right now I'm down to 360. I may make more changes between now and next Monday, when we are planning to draft it, and that's the fun of the cube. Like,
Right. Yeah.
you keep on changing it, but
Right.
yeah. So what you will see in the maybe board is Sword of the Meek, and if you read Sword of the Meek and Thopter Foundry, you should understand what's going on there.
Okay. Sword of the Meek. That's let's see. Okay. Oh, I see it now.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Wait. I don't see it.
It's in the maybe board. It's not on the thing. And what a lot of people
it's at
do.
the top here. I see. Okay.
Yes, and what a lot of people do, which is what I'm going to do, which is if you draft Green Sun Zenith, you automatically get a Dryad Arbor along with it, and if you draft Thopter Foundry, you automatically get Sword of the Meek with it.
Let's see. Thopter Foundry. Hold on.
All right. I'll let you guys have fun with your magic nerding. I have to go drive home. So.
You go drive home. Have fun.
Okay.
Okay.
Goodbye.
See
Have
ya.
a good one, Richard.
You too.
So I would. Oh, okay. So I see the combo that you're looking at here.
Yes,
Right?
it's called. Yes, it's called Thopter combo, and it's one of the fun combos in.
But so my counter to that is that that's a combo with one card on the list.
Yes, and so what you do if you get Thopter Foundry and some of the blue cards, which let you go through your deck quickly, or some of the black cards, so which like there's a demonic tutor in here, right?
Oh yeah, that's a great card to have in this deck, right? But
yeah, so you can draft a Thopter deck and like go to town if you can make it happen. Although you're probably not going to be able to do it, but if you do it, you basically win.
Right. Okay. Yeah, but I don't know. I guess when I think of like if I'm making a cube, right? It's like I want cards that are fun that are going to be able to synergize with like at least like a couple cards in there, right? So it's like it could be a good combo card with like maybe like I don't know, maybe like 10 cards in the list or like 8 cards or something.
You can download Arena for free and play it for free, which yeah, a lot of people do.
It's okay, so Arena is good, right? It's good for beginners. I don't like the interface that they have.
Yeah, I stopped playing because of the interface.
It's terrible. And you know what? I used to play a video game version of Magic the Gathering that had a much better interface than
MTGO, you mean?
No, it was like on the
Duels
Xbox.
of the Planeswalkers?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one's but that's the problem with Duels of the Planeswalkers is that interface is you can't it doesn't allow you to do a lot of yeah, it does teach you how to play dumb. It doesn't allow you to do all all the tricks and stuff that make for advanced Magic play. So a lot of the people who play on a lot of the people who play on MTGO and now Arena are practicing for the Pro Tour and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. This is you said MTG Online?
Yeah, MTG Online should still be going, but most people have stopped playing that. With MTG Online, you could you could actually get sets together and redeem them for actual physical cards.
Oh yeah, okay. I know what this is now, right? It's like a digital Magic the Gathering where you
MTGO was meant to be, and I played it for a long time. Ended up selling the account, but MTGO was meant to be a kind of correspondence between Magic digitally and Magic in real life.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
And then they ultimately basically gave up on that, although I guess MTGO is still going. Most people have switched to Arena as far as I know.
I don't know. It's like I hear that when people talk about playing Magic Online, they still mention MTGO and Arena. So it's
so people, old school players, call Arena MTGO.
Oh.
Yeah, just because they don't care enough to like have a new name for MTGO, and Arena could be so many things. So yeah,
you can't even play like Commander on Arena. It's like they have like this. It's like It's like a pseudo Commander game.
My favorite MTGO format. I used to play Prismatic Singleton, and Prismatic Singleton, obviously it's Singleton, so you can only have one copy of each card in your deck. Your deck has to be at least 250 cards and must have at least 20 cards of each color in it.
Whoa, okay. I have never heard of this before, but this sounds interesting.
It was before Commander. It was I loved Prismatic Singleton. Then when Commander became popular, people basically stopped playing Prismatic Singleton.
I was gonna say there's only like a handful of people that you would be able to play Prismatic Singleton with.
In real life, it's almost impossible. Online, it was a lot of fun because you could do a lot of search things. But if you have to shuffle a 250 card deck every time,
no one's gonna do that. That's no.
Well, except for people who play Battle of Wits decks. I don't know if you know Battle of Wits.
No, I have not heard of this.
Look up the card Battle of Wits. It is actually a deck that does get played. I think it gets played in Vintage as well, but it certainly got played in Legacy and some Modern.
At the beginning, if you have 200 or more cards in your library, you win the game. There you go. So that's how this format got made. It was because of this card right here. No, I know, I'm kidding, but that's really funny.
Yeah, Battle of Wits. I was actually a judge at actually two tournaments where people were playing Battle of Wits, and let me tell you, deck checking a Battle of Wits deck is not
awful.
Fun. Yes.
Oh man.
Did you ever play real life Magic?
Yeah, like the physical cards with people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Oh okay.
That's how I got started with it. That's how I did it for the longest time. I didn't play Arena until 3 years ago, and then I played it for a couple months, and then I dropped it because I got bored with it.
Yeah, so my idea is to have cube drafts as basically kind of like estuary meetings.
Yeah. I always thought that the estuaries or something need some type of activity that you can do together that's not thinky talky. Right?
Well, this is thinky talky, but it's
Well,
like when you're playing, like you can talk to people, and there's downtime as you wait for other people to do stuff, and yeah, it's interesting.
right, but it's like you know what I mean, right? It's like you're talking, but it's not the same type of talking as like the type of stuff you do in an estuary, right?
Okay, can you hold down the fort on this chat for a while I go talk to somebody?
Yeah, I sure can.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so I am going to leave the studio, and this is your chat now.
All right, sounds good. All right, Andrew, it is just us two.
Mm.
So,
Think of the mischief.
what was that?
Think of the mischief we could do.
I know. I'm admin, so I can type in chat as Jacob. Although I won't do that again. So, are you in? That looks like a college dorm. That looks like a college dorm bed.
Yep.
Okay. So, are you senior?
Sophomore. I ain't too far in. Yeah.
Sophomore in what? Sorry.
At UCLA.
At UCLA. Okay. And you're going there for
Chemical engineering.
chemical engineering. Okay. So my story is that I'm 28 years old. And so I used to go to Iowa State for mechanical engineering. And so that's what I did. And then eventually, over time, I kind of lost motivation. It was like I wasn't really sure what to do with myself. And so eventually what happened is because of that, I flunked out of college. And so after that, I took a year off to work. And then I decided to look for a trade in order to do otherwise. And so eventually I became a machinist, which is what I do now.
All right, nice.
Are you familiar with machining?
A decent bit. I had a friend in high school who, I think he graduated early, but he was really into just like everything to do with hands, practical stuff. So he'd like CAD design, he'd do machining, shop, everything. It was crazy. But yeah, just a bit,
Okay. Yep. So what I do specifically is I do tool grinding. So
nice.
I grind the carbide tools for the other machinists on the floor. So these are like custom step carbide drills that the other machinists use, and then I grind them for them. So
nice, yeah.
my brother is a chemical engineer, although he doesn't do chemical engineering anymore. He mostly just does control stuff, and so that's what he does now.
Yeah, my dad was a chemical engineer, and I was interested in chemistry in high school. So he was like, don't go into chemistry. There's no money in chemistry. If you want to continue with chemistry, you better go into chemical engineering. And the funny thing is, he went through chemical engineering and then later switched to comp sci. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The dark side got him.
Huh. Comp sci. That's that's somewhat of a jump.
Yep. He said he was working on some project or whatever, and he got assigned to the comp sci stuff. And he found out that he just liked it better than chemical engineering. So,
That's just what happens sometimes. It's like you just find something better. And and it's like, you know what? I got to do this instead. That's what happens. Yeah. Although it's like, I don't know. Through my own story, I don't know if I encourage the whole go to college for the money aspect, because I don't know, because it's like the argument is not hold up as well nowadays because of how expensive college is.
Yeah. So
it's like, if you go to college for money, it's like, is that really the most smart, like the most wise financial decision nowadays? It's like, it becomes harder and harder to justify it. Although obviously there are people out there that can do it, but
yeah, I've mostly been doing my prereq courses for just engineering in general, just holding out hope that, well, not hope, seeing if any other engineering would be interesting to me or whatnot. Like, it's a last chance to get out of chemical engineering, but I don't know. I didn't really like anything else too much. So,
have you had any experience? Have you had any exposure to like the other types of engineering and what they do?
One of my friend's dad was a civil engineer, so I got to talking with him. I didn't like it that much. Found the conversation kind of boring, but let's see what else. I did a seminar course in biomedical, but that seemed like it was just a bunch of tissue engineering and being in a lab, and that didn't interest me at all. I didn't check out mechanical engineering at all. And anything else? Aerospace, I figured was too hard to get into, and
Aerospace is tough. At
Yeah?
least that's what I
Okay.
hear.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm not sure I want to work for Lockheed Martin,
Yeah, I know. It's like and a lot of people don't think about this. It's like, the type of field that you go into, it's like what you almost want to do. It's like you almost want to look at the different industries that, that look for people in that field and see if you would like working for that particular industry. Right? So it's like, if you do agriculture engineering, it's like, do you want to work for John Deere? Like, is that something you want to do? And so not something that typically gets considered, but should, especially if you're going through university with prospects of a career, like career specifically.
Yeah, I should probably look into it because all of the people in my chem engineering club they're all looking for jobs, and I hear the job market's pretty bad. So yeah.
I would, if you have the time, look at. I would almost look at industries first and see which ones you really like, that you would be like, I would like to work for that company, right? Or it's like, maybe if they're not a company, maybe it's like, or maybe I would like to work at some type of business like this, even if it's a small business, and then look what fields they are into and then go into that field.
Okay.
But this is from the perspective of if you're looking career-wise, then that's what you want to do. And I wish someone had told me that when I first went into college, is that you want to look at the industries first of where you want to work at, and then you invest yourself in that type of college study. So, but none of this is guaranteed. A lot of this is just maybe you hop in and then you realize, oh, this isn't for me, and that happens to people. So,
yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I don't get a job off chemical engineering, my parents would never let me hear the end of it. They'd be like,
I mean, well, I was very gracious in the sense that my parents just paid for my college, completely. The only college I had to pay for was the tech school after I had flunked out of college, because anything after that I had to pay for myself. And I'm like, yep, that's fair. And I had zero debt because tech jobs or tech school is super cheap. So, are you thinking about moving out of the dorm, eventually getting into an apartment or something?
Maybe. The food at UCLA is actually pretty good, so
Okay.
I don't know. Plus, I don't want to add more time to my commute to class. I like sleeping in.
Okay, gotcha. Although I will say the advantage of living in an apartment is that you do have a lot more freedoms. That actually can help you in the future. Like if you have your own kitchen, right, and you have to cook for yourself, you get used to that routine. like a lot earlier on, and you're able to develop that cooking skill earlier, which is do not take cooking for granted. Learning how to cook is like it is so important for you because you'll be able to save money because cooking for yourself is just cheaper than buying food at restaurants and whatnot. And then it's like if you spend more time cooking, you'll be able to cook different things, and you'll be able to, learn how to plan your own diet and everything. So there's a lot of implicit skills that you kind of get when you're living on your own. So that's my suggestion.
Yeah. Here at UCLA, I don't eat breakfast. It's like too much work to get up, and breakfast isn't as good as like lunch or whatever. So yeah, I kind of miss having like eggs with cheese and bacon stuff. Yeah.
Do you have I'm assuming you've got a microwave in there?
We did last year. This year we didn't because they ran out of whatever fridge microwave combos to rent.
Rent? You rent them?
Yeah, per year. It's crazy.
Why not just buy your own?
Well, I don't really use it, but my roommates use it, and they didn't want to buy one. So,
Microwaves aren't that expensive.
Yeah,
and if you're planning on keeping one for like 4 years in college, then that's a good investment. But anyway, because that's what I did. I had my own fridge and microwave, and that was my dorm kitchen back when I was in a dorm.
Yeah.
And there's and you can even get cookbooks of like how to cook with a microwave. Like legit, there are recipes on how you can cook a whole chicken in a microwave. I'm dead serious.
That's mad.
Yeah, you take a whole chicken, right? You thaw it out, and then you marinate it or you rub it with whatever seasonings. You put it on some platter. You put it in the microwave. It'll take like 25 minutes in the microwave, but it'll be cooked all the way through, and you'll have chicken, and then you can just do mashed potatoes in the microwave. You get potatoes, you mash them, you add butter and whatever to them, and you can. Yeah, it's crazy what you can do with a microwave that people don't typically use it for, because a microwave is you get a ready-made meal and then you just throw that in the microwave.
Yep.
So yeah, you can do very creative things with just a simple microwave.
Do you play much D&D or?
I've only played D&D once in my entire life. So I was always into back. I don't anymore, but back when I used to play board games more regularly, it would just be board games, not really role-playing games. I did LARPing, so I'm familiar with role-playing and what type of mindset you kind of need to have when you go into a role-playing game. And so when I first hopped into D&D, role-playing was natural to me because I had done LARPing in the past. And so it's I understand who my character was and what information is present in my character and what isn't. The hardest thing for some people when it comes to role-playing is that if your character can't read, you have to play that character as if they can't read.
Yep.
So, so little things like that on how your character can have a different personality from yours and what that means. So it's maybe you might make a strategic decision, but maybe your character, because they're slightly irrational, they might make a decision differently.
Yep.
And you could play with that concept a bit. Hello, he's back.
Hello.
I gave you my cell number. By the way, my cell number is all over the internet. So I'm an insurance agent. My cell number is Like if you're too dumb to find my cell number, I don't want to talk to you. But yeah, I didn't know if you were gonna stick around, and I was like, he's at UCLA. You are literally. So I live on Sepulveda and basically. So you're literally like there's a bus that goes from in front of my apartment to the bus place in Westwood, on
That's mad.
campus. Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, I take the bus to church, so I think I got an idea of where that is.
Yeah, Sepulveda
right.
National. I mean, it's maybe 2 miles. Honestly, you could walk. There, like half the people living. In fact, across the street, there's UCLA graduate housing.
Oh, that's mad.
Yeah. So yeah, that's funny. You're so close.
Yep.
Oh, Jacob, did I ever show you my charcoal drawings that I have? Hold on.
You did
That's
not.
neat.
Hold on. These were made by, yeah, they're right here. Okay. So, how do I do this? Yep, this works. Okay. So, all right, we're going to try this again. So, no, not this. Let's see, where's the share screen?
Present.
Yep. So here we go. Add to stream. So what these are is that
That's mad.
How erotic.
I mean, she's drinking water. So as erotic as
Come
that
on.
gets.
That's very, very suggestive, Garth.
Well, okay. So the story behind these drawings is that these were charcoal drawings that I got from my grandma, and she got these when she was in Israel. So this is made by an artist named Artur Baron. I'll spell it in the chat.
Baron, I think.
It's spelled. Nope. Shoot. Hold on. Dang it. R-U-R dash on. Okay, the second one. That's how it's spelled. A-R.
Yeah, Baron.
Yes. Yep. So I don't know if you can translate that at all.
I mean, Artur, as far as I know, is just Arthur. Baron, I mean, so when people move to Israel, they made all kinds of they changed their names to Hebraicize them.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah. I mean, you can apparently buy that.
So here's the second one. This is the wall. So this is a soldier, female soldier.
Yeah, I'm looking at this guy's stuff, and everything is very suggestive, which is very like early Israeli, whatchamacallits?
Well, okay, the three pictures I have, I do not think are that suggestive.
This one isn't so suggestive.
This one I can kind of see.
Yeah.
The pose and everything, but it on itself, I don't find it because I think, oh, this is a female soldier. She's like, the scene is that she's like home and she's like against the wall, right?
Yeah. So
it's like,
did I tell you
Huh?
the first time I went to the wall, like it was so damn small. I am so used to seeing like all of these things like this. And so in my mind, the wall was always really huge, right?
Okay.
And then you go there and it's really, really small.
Oh, okay.
Thank the Romans.
Is it like what? Only like a story and a half tall or something, or?
No, it's probably 3 stories tall, but it's
Okay.
not very wide, and it's only like 3 stories wall. Like you have to remember, like I've been seeing pictures of this since I was a little kid, so
Sure.
I always thought like when you looked at the wall, it like to some degree in my mind it was like the wall in Game of Thrones, like this huge thing, and it's not huge at all. Like the walls of Jerusalem are far more impressive than the wall, and it's only the outer wall of the temple complex.
Okay.
So it was never that big. So
this is the last one. It's just called On the Way Home. So it's just people traveling. They have a mule. So, but I've got these hung up on my stairway, and they're really nice. I like them.
So the Western Wall measures about 50 meters long and 20 meters high. It's 60 feet high.
Really? Oh.
Yep.
Wait, that's much taller than 3 stories. Because the story is 10 feet, isn't it?
Maybe.
Hold on.
The story is 14 feet.
Oh, okay, it's 14 feet. I thought it was 10 feet for some reason. Okay, so that's...
And apparently, like, the wall's 62 feet, so 62 divided by 14.
So about 4.5 stories. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's pretty tall, though.
Yeah, it's just, it was kind of disappointing.
Huh. Actually, let me look at some images of this.
I mean, there's like a 24-hour wall cam. I sometimes used to watch. Like,
do they like have to like trim the wall at all? Because there's like
yes,
greens.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, they have to trim those things that grow on the wall. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's variously been people who are like, oh, they should cut out, but apparently, like those living things somehow help the wall stay, or
These things?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, but like, yes, they are there, and they do get regularly trimmed and maintained.
They are part of the wall.
They are part of the wall. Yes.
Okay, let's see.
So, are you coming on the Israel trip?
Me?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. When is it?
February 24th, 2024.
Oh, so this is next year?
Yep.
Trip to Israel.
We picked February because that's one of the cheapest times to fly to Israel and back. You should be able to get round trip tickets for under $1,000.
Right. I mean, the money is not. That's not an issue. Huh. Well, you know what? Yeah. Why not? I would love to go on that trip.
There are so many people who are like so excited about it. It was just something we started talking about on one of these things, and like a bunch of people got excited about it, and so it looks like it's going to happen.
It's like that. Yeah, because I rarely have traveled out of the country. Like I'm not a travel person.
Get a passport. Getting a passport can take months.
Yes, right. Which I believe I have a passport. So I would just, I'll figure that out. I don't even think I have my passport with me. I think it's at my parents' house.
If you have a passport, well, it expires every 10 years, so.
It's probably expired.
Okay. Yeah, it expires every 10 years.
Because I've only been to Canada, Mexico, and Cuba, I think, on like a cruise.
You've been to Cuba? You rebel, you.
Well, like one day on a cruise, like we stopped there for like an afternoon, and that was it. So, but I've never gone overseas. So I would, you know what? I'll take you up on that. I'll plan for next year to go on that Israel trip, because that is something that I would genuinely be interested in.
So, and I invited Father Stephen. He's like, going somewhere like that is really apparently going to the province of a different patriarch. Like, he has to get permission both from his own patriarch and the patriarch of wherever he's going to. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. It's like they just,
because he's a priest and they don't want
right.
people like proselytizing.
Yep.
Other,
right.
You know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Especially in Israel.
Well, yeah, in Israel, proselytizing is pretty much illegal. Officially, only proselytizing to children is illegal, but generally, like, anything that could be heard or viewed by children. So, like, there are no evangelical radio stations or television stations because that's considered proselytizing to children.
What if it's in like a church, right? So it's like they enter the church,
if somebody enters your church, that's different. Although I have to say, like, when Christians establish new churches in Israel, that already gets very touchy, and like, unfortunately, I mean, I am in no way condoning this, but there has been all kinds of vandalism and violence. So, yeah.
Yeah, funny church history moment. I think a priest was invited to Constantinople to just give like a guest whatever sermon. Mm-hmm. And it might have been Eutyches, although I might be mixing one of it up, but either way, so he said something that the in-house priest didn't like, and the in-house priest said, "This is heretical. You should excommunicate him, and then unless he like renounces his views or something like that." And then the Patriarch of Constantinople said, like, "Hey, we've just spent some time hammering out Ephesus. Tensions are at a high. How about you just, let this one go?" Apparently, they did not let it go, and we had a whole fight over Chalcedon, and that was one of the dominoes that led the Coptic Orthodox Church to say, "Hey, I'm out." So, yeah, crazy. I can see why they instituted that rule now,
Gosh. Let's see. I know I've heard Coptic Orthodox before, and it's different. Coptic Orthodox is different from the regular Orthodox, correct?
Yeah, there's like two kind of Orthodox branches. There's the Oriental Orthodox and the Eastern Orthodox. Oriental Orthodox generally split at Chalcedon. Chalcedon is one of like the worst splits in Christian history. I'm not sure if the Great Schism is worse, but so I'll just give a brief overview of the theology. In Oriental Orthodox churches, we say Christ has a divine human nature, although I'm not even sure if that's a good translation.
So monophysites versus...
No, we'd say
Monophysites,
miaphysite.
yeah.
We'd
Okay.
say miaphysite, they'd say diophysite.
Yeah.
So mia means like, even if I say mixed, it's wrong. Like you could say like joined or something. And then diophysite says two natures. They say they believe in two natures of Christ that are hypostatically unified.
Okay.
It's a problem because there's linguistic differences within Greek. Like in Alexandria, physis has a different meaning than in Constantinople. So at Ephesus, they worked it out. They said, I understand what you mean when you say physis in Alexandria, and you understand what I mean when I say hypostatic union in Constantinople. And then Eutyches came along and butchered the theology, and then we had another round of going at this problem in Chalcedon, and things didn't work out.
Okay.
So
it's like it's basically a particular dispute on the nature or natures of Christ.
Yes.
And how those are defined, essentially.
Yeah.
So there's one side where it's like, no, like Christ has two natures to him.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other is saying, no, Christ only has one unified nature.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not even sure if one unified nature is a correct way to say it, because physis, it's like I've heard that hypostasis has its first meaning is like instantiation or like person, right? And then its second meaning is nature, and then physis has a first meaning of nature and then a secondary meaning of instantiation. So it's like there's definite linguistic differences that played a role, but it's also church politics and theology's in the mix of it somewhere.
Yep.
So
what made you decide on the Coptics?
Because I looked at church history, and I think the Miaphysite formulation solves some of the problems that are addressed in the 5th and the 6th councils. So 5th council is like Christ has... So
you're a non-Chalcedonian?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, I know.
Hold on. So why didn't you go with the Armenians? There's a lot more Armenians in Los Angeles than Copts.
I'll be honest, the Coptic church was closest to my home. So
that's understandable, but I have to say Armenian bakeries are the bomb.
Okay.
My joke is I'm 0% Armenian by DNA. I'm 70% DNA by weight. Armenian by weight. Like Gata bread and lahmacun.
Yeah, I've heard there's a big Armenian population here, so I'll have to try it.
There is, and there are many. So it's funny, in the Middle East, I only know of one positive stereotype in the Middle East. Armenians are known for being great with their hands. So Armenian bakers, Armenian mechanics, like they're famous in the Middle East. Like if you want, if you want somebody who like is a good artisan, you go to the Armenians.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of our buildings was donated by this Armenian guy, and he's got like a plaque there and whatnot. And so yeah, I don't know. That's the closest connection I have. I'll have to try it out.
Well, there's also what's the name of Kanye West's wife? Ex-wife.
Kim Kardashian.
Mhm,
Kardashian.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kardashian is an Armenian name.
mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Los Angeles has a lot of Armenians, although we've started having more Copts since the genocide.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know, genocide does that.
Uh-huh.
Andrew,
Yeah.
is there? Oh, sorry. Is there like a book that you could recommend that goes over this like period of history that you just talked about?
The problem is that a lot of books are in Arabic.
Okay.
Yeah. Honestly, the way I learned about it was through just getting in contact with a ton of priests who specialize in the area who happen to speak English. So there's video lectures on YouTube about it. I think I have a couple of them saved. Let me see if I can. I have some saved from both the Oriental Orthodox and Eastern Orthodox side, and both of them pretty much agree that it was a horrible split.
Okay.
Yeah. One person I need to get your opinion on, Justinian, actually tried healing this split. He did so horribly, and it's another reason why the split was so horrible. So, you know.
Well, Justinian reportedly, and I haven't been able to verify this myself, and when I asked Father Stephen, he said the reason I haven't been able to verify it is we don't actually have Justinian's code. But Justinian's code reportedly made it illegal for Jews to recite the Shema. And it's like, after looking at Mark 12, like, I'm sorry, if you're a Christian who thinks that it's somehow appropriate to make it illegal for Jews to recite the Shema, like, as far as I'm concerned, that is a personal confession that you understand you are, in fact, a polytheist. The Shema is Deuteronomy 6:4. In case anybody.
Here, I'll put the.
I actually did not know that.
I'll put one of the videos from the Oriental Orthodox side in the chat. Here. It might be within the playlist that I have it in, so let me know if it doesn't work. But I know the thing is that, like, I definitely do not know all of the theology behind this. Like, I know Saint Maximus, who's very respected within the Eastern Orthodox Church, does lay out problems with the Miaphysite position that I haven't looked into. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but what can I say?
Okay, I've got it saved now. So.
Cool.
I am putting the link in the general chat in case anybody's interested.
But I think that's the best one. Here's another one that I don't exactly remember, but I've got it saved, so it has to be good.
So what kind of Protestant did you grow up as?
I grew up as one of those non-denom, whatever, mushy-gushy.
Okay.
It's like, you know how if you're not Catholic and you're not Orthodox, they just say you're Protestant, you know? So
Okay.
I was I should tell this better. My mom is Chinese, so she has like that kind of communist atheism with bits of Chinese superstition.
Mhm.
My dad I learned this very recently. He grew up Catholic, and then he in like college became evangelical.
Okay.
Yeah. So I grew up going to like mega churches, I guess. It wasn't like passionate or whatever, like theatrics, but it was definitely just
May I
whatever
ask
they.
how old is your dad?
Um, I think he's like late 50s around there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
he's a little bit older than me. So he converted in the 90s, early 90s.
Around there, yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
interesting.
Yeah. And then what's next? They sent me to a Lutheran high school, so that's where like I finally got to learn about Christianity. I wouldn't. Yeah.
So what does he think of you becoming Coptic?
Those Vanderclay calls them Christian atheists, right?
Mhm.
People who don't believe in God, but who think belief in God is a good thing.
Yeah.
He's pretty much in that camp.
Okay.
And he's like culturally a Christian. He grew up as a Christian, so he has an insider view of being a Christian atheist.
He's familiar with the Christian culture, so to speak.
Yeah. So as for me becoming Coptic Orthodox, well, I told him before I left for college, "Hey, Dad, I'm converting to Orthodoxy." And he was like, "What? That's like the Catholics." And I was like, "Oh my gosh." And then later on, I told him, "Yeah, I'm joining a Coptic Orthodox church in particular," and he just did not know what that meant at all. So it's crazy.
So where are you from originally?
Irvine, not too far.
Oh, okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh, so your family's not too far. Okay. Irvine's just a little bit south of here.
Yep. They
Okay.
love coming over here, and then I have to tell my priest, "Hey, I can't make it to catechumenate this weekend. I'm sorry." And yeah.
Have your parents been to a service?
No, I don't think they'd like it either. Yeah, it's just how it is.
Yep,
Too
for sure.
too liturgical for them.
Yeah, probably.
Richard, you've taken your parents to St. Michael's, right?
Yes, my dad has been during high mass. My mom has been during lower mass. She hasn't been on that Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, your parents came to synagogue with me, so it's like so Richard is an only child, and his parents are like, wherever Richard goes, we will follow.
Yep.
Yeah. They've gotten better, but I also enjoy it. I don't mind them knowing what's going on in my life. So, yeah, it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, my dad saw like he I told him about my conversation with Father Stephen, and he's like, yeah, I watched some of it, and this is really controversial stuff, and you can't reason with religious people. There's no reasoning in religion. It's like, thanks a lot, Dad.
Is your dad secular?
It's weird. So my dad.
Yeah, it's
I
weird.
did not realize. So when I started becoming religious, like my dad's always been kind of like the rabbi in the family because he speaks Hebrew, but in that sense, like he was always the one who were like, yeah, there's a lot of superstition in religion, and there's like ethical moral deism that's worthwhile in religion, and so like he was for taking the, like not taking religion too seriously, but like also having like the small good stuff of religion sometimes, just as long as you're not some sort of extremist or like. My father basically believes anybody who's actually a religious Jew is OCD. Like he really believes that like if you're following like the laws of kashrut and stuff, like beyond what, like you should be aware of what you eat and eat healthy, that type of thing, right? That
Right.
you're OCD and you must have some sort of mental illness. And like he every once in a while congratulates me on no longer being mentally ill. Because I'm not religiously observant like I was.
Because you
So-
used to be a rabbi, correct?
Yeah.
That's right.
Very briefly, I was an assistant rabbi at a place. Yeah, let me put it this way: my parents did not come to my synagogue for high holidays. My dad tried coming to one of the services, and he hated it and never came back. My parents were incredibly unhappy with me. My whole thing of that, yeah.
So do they? I mean, is the Orthodox Reformed conservative thing? Does that apply to your parents?
So
Like
this is
what-
the weird thing. You have to understand. Most Jews who go to a Reform or conservative synagogue, they don't believe in the Reform or conservative like actual things. It was funny. I went to my friend Shira's synagogue on Friday. And not this week,
like
but-
this one.
but the week before. Yeah, the one you came and visited,
Got it.
right?
Yeah.
And I was talking to some of the members, and I mentioned how, within actual like Reform or like the rabbis of Reform, there's like a split between what's called classic Reform and like the denomination is close to splitting. Like a group of people are thinking of splitting because they are classic Reform. And so I'm explaining this to members of Shira's Reform synagogue, right? And they're like, well, what exactly do they not like? And I'm like, well, all the Hebrew and like the keeping kosher stuff and like the Israel stuff, and like one of the congregants, she says to me, so how are they Jewish? And it's like, I didn't say it. But like classic Reform, like if you read I think it was 1868 Pittsburgh Platform, which was the establishing document of Reform Judaism, like if you were to read it in a Reform synagogue today, 90% of people would be absolutely horrified. But the vast majority of people who go to Reform and conservative synagogues, they go there not because they believe in, Chad says, so your dad is like Andrew's dad, but Jewish. Not because they believe in like the doctrines that Reform and conservative do, but there are people who drive on the Sabbath and they don't necessarily keep kosher and stuff like that. It's not like they believe it's wrong to keep kosher. They just don't keep kosher, right? And so they say, I'm not Orthodox, meaning I don't actually observe Orthodox Jewish law. They don't mean I actually believe in the tenets of Reform and Conservative.
Got it.
And so my parents are kind of Orthodox, but they go to Reform and Conservative synagogues. And when I explain to them the like history and beliefs of those denominations, like most people won't believe me. They think I am slandering them or like I have a highly biased view or something. And it's like, no, that's actually what those denominations actually believe. But the vast majority of people who go to those synagogues don't believe any of that stuff like that.
So what's in that charter? Like God doesn't exist or something?
Basically, yeah. So here, I'll pull up the Pittsburgh platform for you.
So this is like the what is it? This is like the Westminster Confessions, but for Reform Judaism.
Kind of, yeah.
Wait, the Westminster Confessions are that bad?
No, I'm saying incomparable in the sense it's like these are like our sets of confession that we organize our church by. Not in the sense that they're good or bad, but that's like what they essentially mean to this, Yeah. Anyway.
Well, except I think the Reformed people still actually read their confession.
No. So Pittsburgh platform, like it's been basically repudiated so many times over and revised. But this is the 1885 platform. Okay. The most important principles of Judaism. Did I have it up? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you're good.
As practiced by the largest Jewish denomination in the United States, were laid out in 8 concise paragraphs. 1, we recognize in every religion an attempt to grasp the infinite, and in every mode, source, or book of revelation held sacred in any religious system, the consciousness of the indwelling of God in man. We hold that Judaism presents the highest conception of the God idea as taught in our holy scriptures and developed and spiritualized by the Jewish teachers in accordance with the moral and philosophical progress of their respective ages. We maintain that Judaism preserves and defended midst continual struggles and trials and under enforced isolation this God idea as the central religious truth for the human race.
I love the God idea.
Yeah,
That's
God
great.
idea. Yes,
it's very Petersonian.
This is 1885, was it? 1885. Okay,
Yeah.
2. We recognize in the Bible the record of the consecration of the Jewish people to its mission as the priests of the one God, and value it as the most potent instrument of religious and moral instruction. We hold that the modern discoveries of scientific researches in the domain of nature and history are not antagonistic to the doctrines of Judaism, the Bible reflecting the primitive ideas of its own age, and at times clothing its conception of divine providence and justice, dealing with men in miraculous narratives.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
To be fair, the primitive ideas, that could be a Wikipedia thing rather than the actual, you know what I mean.
Okay.
Benefit of the doubt.
Number 3, we recognize in the Mosaic legislation a system of training the Jewish people for its mission during its national life in Palestine, and today we accept as binding only its moral laws and maintain only such ceremonies as elevate and sanctify our lives, but reject all such as are not adapted to the views and habits of modern civilization. 4, we hold that all such Mosaic and rabbinic laws as regulate diet, priestly purity and dress originates in ages and under the influence of ideas entirely foreign to our present mental and spiritual state.
Oh,
They fail to
ouch.
impress the modern Jew with a spirit of priestly holiness. Their observance in our days is apt rather to obstruct than to further modern spiritual elevation.
Wow.
5, we recognize in the modern era of a universal culture of heart and intellect the approaching of the realization of Israel's great messianic hope for the establishment of the kingdom of truth, justice, and peace among all men. We consider ourselves no longer a nation, but a religious community, and therefore expect neither a return to Palestine nor a sacrificial worship under the sons of Aaron, nor the restoration of any of the laws concerning the Jewish state.
Rip.
Yeah, when Israel was established, guess what? This didn't go down very well. Number 6. We recognize in Judaism a progressive religion ever striving to be in accord with the postulates of reason. We are convinced of the utmost necessity of preserving the historical identity with our great past. Christianity and Islam being daughter religions of Judaism, we appreciate their providential mission to aid in the spreading of monotheistic and moral truth. We acknowledge that the spirit of broad humanity of our age is our ally in the fulfillment of our mission, and therefore we extend the hand of fellowship to all who cooperate with us in the establishment of the reign of truth and righteousness among men. That one's not so bad. 7.
Yeah, that's one thing that you could agree on with me.
Mostly.
Mostly.
7, we reassert the doctrine of Judaism that the soul is immortal, grounding the belief on the divine nature of human spirit, which forever finds bliss in righteousness and misery in wickedness. We reject, as ideas not rooted in Judaism, the belief both in bodily resurrection,
What?
yes, and
That's
in
mad.
Gehenna and Eden, hell and paradise, as abodes for everlasting punishment and reward. So you wouldn't have noticed this, but in the Amidah at Shira's synagogue, instead of saying the blessing Mechayeh HaMetim, who gives life to the dead, they have changed those words to Mechayeh et Hakol, gives life to everything. So,
What,
like,
what,
they
what verse is that from?
What?
What verse is that from?
Oh, Mechayeh Metim. Well, I mean,
Or it's not a verse.
it's not a verse. It's well, it is, but it's based on a verse. But it's
Right.
it's like one of the basic confessions,
Right.
and they explicitly reject it,
Yeah,
and they
just
still
kidding.
reject it. 8, in full accordance with the spirit of the Mosaic legislation, which strives to regulate the relations between rich and poor, we deem it our duty to participate in the great task of modern times to solve, on the basis of justice and righteousness, the problems presented by the contrasts of evils of the present organization of society. That's basically not saying much. But yeah, this is classic reform, and yeah, it's been several times revised.
So this is like the liberal Jewish theology, basically.
Yeah, I mean this is mainline.
It's
so
the main line.
Yeah. I refer to these people like as the main line.
Yeah.
Chad likes the whole thing. Chad, you can be a Reformed Jew. You will not be an Orthodox Jew.
Look! It wasn't as bad as I thought. I thought it'd be much worse. So
The God idea.
So it's like, I would be curious though if that's either Wikipedia and how they phrase it, Or
No.
Okay,
that's the
that's-
original language.
oh, that is okay. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, no. This is, as far as I know, that's the actual text of the Pittsburgh Plaza.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. Well, actually, let me see. Yeah, this is the actual text of the yeah. God idea is in the actual text. Yeah.
That's very funny. Like, I've never even seen anything in Christian doctrine that refers to God as like the God idea, unless they're like, I don't know, unless they're talking about like.
Basically, unless you're Jordan Peterson, but that's the only person I've heard.
Yeah.
God idea.
An introduction to the idea of God.
It is what it is. I mean, look.
Yeah.
I've been going to Shira's synagogue on Fridays because I'm trying to be nice even to Reform. I figure if I'm nice to Catholic priests and you know, but frankly, like when somebody converts from Reform to Christianity, it's like that's a step towards Judaism as far as I'm concerned. And yes, they don't like when I say that.
That's funny.
Yeah, okay. AA has like AA is trying to like AA is not advanced theology.
Man, that's true though.
I mean, I think that's what they were going for. So, it's nothing wrong with that statement. So, Jacob, I clipped out the part where I directly referenced Dr. Fred Sanders and sent it to him.
Okay.
And we're gonna hash it out on Tuesday. Because so when I met with him, like when I tried to present my garbled explanation of what the egalitarian training is, basically he said, "Oh, I could see that as like a misunderstanding by the laity, but not as like any official Christian doctrine." But then here comes Young saying John Calvin did it. So we'll see what he says.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've got
yeah,
Protestant friends.
I am not very hopeful of Fred Sanders, partially because, I mean, I believe in partisanship, and I am a partisan of what's his name? That guy.
Who?
Sam.
That guy. Like
Yeah, that guy.
One of your good friends. That guy.
Yeah, that guy. So I like that guy.
Me too. I also like that guy.
Well, I actually am going to sign off here because I've got stuff that I've got to do before tomorrow.
All right.
And it is
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, actually, it's probably 5:40 where you guys are right now, but it's much later for me. So,
Gotcha.
All right. Well,
I'll see you.
everyone, I will see you later.
Have a good one.
Later.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Before I leave, as far as the Israel trip, I'm assuming you just have a list or something, or like should I start planning for
So
this
we
now,
have not yet made a actual thing, but hopefully when we do, I will let you know.
All right, sounds good. I will wait for that then. All right, see you later.
Have a good one.
Later. Dude.
Oh, Andrew, nice meeting you.
Yep, you as
Richard,
well.
good seeing you again.
Good to good to see you. Yeah, like I don't know, like watching Sam interact with Dr. Branson. It's like I'm not as ready to just condemn him a heretic as Bethel McGrew is, for example.
So hold on. So Sanders and Branson did a video together?
No, I was referring to Sam and Branson. Because like I became a lot more sympathetic to Sam.
Oh, okay. So you don't feel as much as Sanders does that whatchamacallit is a heretic.
I mean, not Sanders. Like,
No.
the
Sam.
No, I know. Like what I was saying, like not just Sanders, the entire Christian church, so far as I can tell, would condemn him a heretic.
I don't know. I am kind of happy and hopeful that what's his name?
Who, DeYoung?
No, not DeYoung.
Sam.
Mo has said that he would give whatchamacallit. He would give
The communion. That is true.
yeah, communion.
He did say that. He did
say that.
Yeah.
Don't screw with communion. That's what I'd say.
Well,
Yeah,
you guys are very closed table, unlike most Protestants.
Yeah, the Protestants are good at screwing with communion.
Mm-hmm. Did I tell you at one of those, I grew up in a mega church or whatever, the one that my father goes to. One time, they had a lady standing out there with a bucket with those freaking capsules that they put grape juice and a wafer on the top of.
The wafer on the top.
And she was out there saying, "Come get your communion." Just right in the courtyard of the church.
Like at a baseball game.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I was like, oh my God.
Did she launch the wafers into the crowd?
And you get communion. No, so like, at Viola, at our orientation, we did communion, and I had some stale bread and grapefruit was what I did. So. No, but it's interesting because there's definitely disagreement within Viola because we had 10
I don't
hours
think you're supposed to take communion there.
Well, no, some.
No. They allow it. I don't think an Orthodox priest would.
Tell
you.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to St. Michael's at that point.
Okay.
So, but no, we did 10 hours of theology lecture this semester, and one of the profs, he's an Anglican, was talking about how, like, some of the honors cohorts here have done, like, communion as, what do you call that? Devotion. Like, we had a 10-minute devotion time before classes. And like he had a group tell him that they were doing communion, and he was like, "Okay, I'll show up 15 minutes late." And so he's an Anglican, so the Anglicans are a bit better about guarding the table. And I actually heard. I was talking to a Catholic friend of mine, and I heard there's motions within Catholicism to consider Anglicanism, or the sacraments of Anglicanism to be effective.
Yeah, that's not so controversial. There's the Pope created a whole thing. I mean, Father Eric would know more about this, but he created like a whole ministry to Anglicans, and there has been some work towards that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like going as a kid, just like going there kind of sucked, you know, because like
Yep.
you can tell the adults don't have any reverence for it, and
Yep.
they're dragging you along anyway. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? If you don't respect it, why are you telling me to respect it? You know?
Well, yeah, I mean, like even the Anglicans, like my prof called it, he called communion a pointer, and I'm like, how can you have reverence for a pointer? I don't know if that's official Anglican doctrine or not, but like, I mean, I grew up going to the same kind of. They weren't mega churches, but they were smaller, non-denominational churches. This is the same kind of thing you're talking about, but smaller scale. And like the fact that they view it as metaphorical is just that takes away
Yeah.
the reverence.
Mhm.
And it's also just not biblical. Like I read John, I think it's John 6, pretty straightforwardly. Right? So
Yeah.
I know. But I mean, now that I've met you, I definitely have to look into the Coptic split because I watched. I'm not up on my church history, and I watched a short video. I put it in the chat. That was
You're going, if you go non-Chalcedonian, you're making yourself even more of a whatchamacallit. You're making yourself even more of an outcast than just going Eastern Orthodox.
No,
Not sure I recommend it, although I mean,
well, no, I mean I'm trying to look more into the theology of, rather than just the aesthetics.
Yeah,
I think a lot of go ahead.
I think either way, we certainly have saints on both sides that we should recognize. Like, I read the life of Saint Stephen the Confessor, and I'm like, are you serious? You East Orthodox guys, you're not going to recognize this guy? Like, I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I look at icons and he has like his eye poked out, and I'm like, yeah, okay, this guy's a saint.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, like I mean, I can't remember what it might have been you, Jacob, who is I don't remember who was saying this, but like someone was talking about how like choosing. Because I've often thought that like my reasons for going Orthodox are fundamentally Protestant. Oh no, this is Mark Lefebvre who was saying it. And then, so Mark was saying, Mark's crazy. I don't know what happened to he said.
Mark is in fact crazy, yes.
But he was like reversing the tables. Because he talked to, like, he was saying about how, Paul Vanderklay says the only reason why he's in the CRC is because he grew up in it. And Mark labels that as more Protestant. And then he labels, like, trying to find the correct church based on doctrine as less Protestant. I'm like, I thought it was backwards. But...
Yeah.
Hold on. Mark was saying that was saying that Paul Vanderklay staying in his church because that's the church he was born into is more Protestant?
Yes.
Yeah, Mark doesn't know a lot about a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, obviously, I have Mark on my. He like did how long of a stream on?
I was on most of it. I think I was there for like
Yeah, it was like 9 hours.
yeah, it is almost 9 hours, 8 hours and something.
Yeah.
I was there for most of it.
So it's like, obviously, I let him like use my channel and stuff, and that's all good and stuff. But when it comes to anything that actually has to do with
Religion.
yeah, like, I'm sorry, he just doesn't know religion very well. So like, what am I supposed to say about that?
No, I think he has. I mean, if you pressed him on it, he would give you an argument. So like, I feel like he's just communicating his ideas in strange ways. I don't know exactly who you know. I mean, yeah, the fact that he says like, I've gotten all of my philosophy from what do you call those? Science fiction shows. So, because he doesn't like books, he tells me to burn my books. So,
You should not burn your books.
I agree. I agree. Yeah. Anyway, I think I'm going to go read the Book of Acts and figure
How
out
dare you?
Figure out what the heck is going on.
Yep.
Yeah,
Have a
I
good
was
one.
just listening to Mike Winger describing the Book of Acts, and it was funny.
Who's Mike Winger?
He's in Los Angeles. He has this channel that's like 500 the 500,000 subscribers. He's a evangelical. I did several, like, he's the reason I started my Why is Protestant Theology So Bad series.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, is he the guy that was that you pulled the video up and he was arguing about the two covenants?
Yeah,
Like,
he's the one who was saying that Jesus wasn't actually talking to Christians.
got it. Yeah.
There are people talking about this stuff. Let's see. What is Chad says? When we saw others solve their problems by a simple reliance on the spirit of the universe, we had to stop doubting the power of God. Our ideas did not work, but the God idea did. Yeah, I mean, that's beautiful AA stuff, beautiful. But like, it's not high theology. And you know, not everybody needs high theology. Yep. Like, if you are where you are in your, like, this is actually really important. Understanding that your relationship with God is not the only way people can relate to God. Like, I say this all the time. You can no more have a standard relationship with God than you can have a standard marriage. Like, if your marriage is like every other marriage, you just have not seen enough marriages.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I could see this being of service to those seeking. Yeah, sure. Your righteousness must exceed that of the scribes and Pharisees. Must it really? Great listening and great stuff information. You want to go to Israel? By the way, Caleb and Shane, you guys are like half a mile away from each other. You're both in the same tiny city. You two should like actually talk to each other. I don't know why you don't.
Oh, so who was it? Jonathan was telling me that you've blabbed sufficiently about my grades such that I am famous.
Yes, you are famous for not having. Yes, and you will continue to be famous until you get your grades up, you bad boy.
Yeah, I'm such a bad Asian kid.
Yes.
Imagine an Asian not getting all of it.
You are a disgrace to Asians everywhere.
I believe, lawyer, I confess. By my fault, by my own fault, by my own most grievous fault. Yes. Alright. Well,
I've got to ask Jacob. I've heard of whatever kind of intimations of like prayers to saints in. Oh, are you frozen?
No, I'm listening.
Oh, okay, cool. Of intimations of like, you know, in Orthodoxy we have like prayers to the saints, right?
Yeah.
And then I've heard that that idea is connected to like God of our fathers, you know, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Yep. I don't see how that line, God of our fathers, is like a defense of, you could say, prayers to the saints. But
okay, so in Genesis, let's pull up Genesis. Hamalach hagoel oti mikol ra. Where is that in Genesis? Do you know? The angel who saved
is
me
it in
from
Genesis?
yeah,
Genesis 48.
Uh,
So share this tab instead. Genesis 48. And this was the subject of actually, I think, my first series. Why is Protestant theology so bad?
mm-hmm.
In fact, we could actually watch my video, Why is Protestant Theology So Bad? Chapter 1. You know what? Maybe I'll do that. Let me pull up. Why is Protestant theology so bad? Why is Protestant theology so bad? Part 1. There we go.
It does have one icon.
And you can listen to me in double speed.
Double speed.
Well,
Ludicrous
1.5 speed.
Ludicrous speed. Go.
Hello. So, I have
Can you
been
guys hear me?
watching
Yep.
Winger videos, which are interesting, and it's kind of well, it's interesting to figure out what popular Protestant evangelical, I guess he's some sort of Baptist, theology, where it's at right now. But at the same time, it's just been a case study in why Protestant theology is just so bad. And before we start, I wanted to show you, first of all, that it is bad, right? This isn't just a vulgarism. I'm not just going to tell you why it's bad without showing you that it obviously is bad. So This is towards the end of his video, which has 300,000 views, talking about why he can't be a Roman Catholic. So let's listen to this.
But in Roman Catholicism, saints are people who are, it's declared to be a saint. It's not like biblical view. Biblical view is if you're a Christian, you're a saint, right? You're saved. Everyone is saved as a saint. Catholic view is that.
So biblical view, right? So he's telling us what the biblical view is.
Saints, well, they would affirm that. They would add another new category of saint. And they would say, well, when we say saint, what we mean is someone who, after they died, they even if they're in heaven now. They're in heaven now. And because they're in heaven, they have special access to God. And they have excess works that they are above and beyond what they need for their salvation. And so now you can pray to them and get their help in your life today. So you start praying to them. There's prayers in the Bible, including Mary. Mary's the chief one that people pray to. There's prayers in the Bible from Genesis all the way through the book of Revelation. And do you know how many of them are addressed to saints or angels or anybody other than God? This just doesn't happen. I mean, well, yeah, it does. Pagans do it. Not like the approved of prayers in the scripture. In numerous places, the Old Testament actually condemns all these community with the dead.
And just listening to this, I immediately thought of Genesis 48, where in Genesis, like, he may have, in fact, but like, Genesis 15, 48:15. And he blessed Joseph and said, God, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac did walk, the God which fed me all my life long unto this day. And I'm using the King James Version just so, you know, it's as Protestant as Protestant gets. The angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. Now, it's funny, but this is the translation that is the most Protestant, right? Because when you actually look at the Hebrew, right? So B'Shem Avotai, and then, you know, Yikare Shemi, this is where we get the concept in Judaism of asking for things in the name of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which is something that's done throughout the Bible, right? And I mean, the capitalized angel, obviously, this is how, you know, Christians try to get into the Trinity and things like that. And it's like, if you're gonna make arguments like this, like, this is an obvious point you should, if you know about it, you should, in fact, at least address, right? And you can go and listen to his whole video, and I would, but this type of thing is caused by the Protestant way of looking at things, which is trying to really get rid of the context, the right. So when somebody challenges my theology, right? So I have a whole tradition of people who have seriously contended with these issues, looked into them, and I know that they are, in fact, people who have honestly looked at what was going on, right? Asked the important questions. I say this a lot, and I can't overemphasize it. In Orthodox Judaism, one of the greatest achievements that a person can have is to ask a new question, right? So a question like his, right? Why would we ask for the intercession of a saint, right? If it's never done anywhere in the Bible, and in fact it is condemned in the Bible. That's a valid question, right? And if that question had not been asked, right? So you have to wonder what's going on there, right? Why? So in Judaism, if you have such an obvious question, right? Like, for example, why do we, in fact, in Judaism, have things in the name of, right? Which Christians have vastly misunderstood, and it's part of the reason why the Trinity is so wrong. But if you have a question like that, right, and it's a new question you can't find in all the commentaries, and the amount of commentaries within Judaism is huge, right? Just if you go just to Sefaria and you look at the amount of commentary, right, it's huge, and there is something strong and necessary and a development of actual intellectual product, right? I stand on the shoulders of giants. He stands on his own shoulders. That's why he gets things so wrong. And why he can say something that then a little bit later it's like, oh, hold on, right? And you see him towards the beginning actually kind of extolling his lack of intellectual humility. So I think this is queued up to the right place. So here he is talking about all the stuff, all of the additional stuff that Catholics have, as if it's a bad thing.
But you start to add all this stuff up. You got the Bible, you got this, you got the other councils, the other, 19 councils of the Catholic Church. You have church tradition, you have all these church fathers that you can make a mountain out of the books from the church fathers, the first 800 years of the church, and this stuff starts to get overwhelming. I think a lot of Catholics don't really know what Catholicism teaches, and I even talked to informed Catholics who didn't know what Trent said. These are Catholics who are smart, intelligent, thoughtful, they read, they study, but it's just a massive amount of data. So when I talk about Catholicism, I mean all this spiritual stuff.
So this is what happens when you are individually, right, trying to deal with really big stuff, really important things. You have to reduce it.
Okay, I didn't actually apparently show 48, so let me actually show you Genesis 48. So what happens in Genesis 48 is Joseph brings his sons to be whatchamacallit?
Blessed.
To be blessed by Jacob before Jacob dies. And this is a famous song we sing a lot in Judaism. This is Jacob's prayer, which says, Hamalach hagoel oti mikol ra, yivarech et hanarim, ve'yikare bahem shemi, v'shem avotai Avraham ve'yitzchak, ve'yidgolaro. The messenger, Malach, right, who has redeemed me from all harm, bless the lads. So Malach is often translated as angel, but yeah, it's angel, messenger, whatever, right? So he's praying to at least an angel, right? And he's doing it in the name of Abraham and Isaac, and he says, Ve'yikara bahem shemi, and my name should be called upon them. So there you go. This is Jacob praying to an angel right there. And that's exactly what Mike Winger just told us. From Genesis to Revelation, you never see it. It's like, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is the type of thing that happens when you as an individual are like trying to understand, because okay, like you forget little things like that. But when you have 2,000 years of people asking questions and answering, right? It's completely different. You don't end up with mistakes like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not an individual. There are literally thousands of people who have spent thousands of years studying this stuff and asking questions, and like, it's just, and that's why Protestant theology is necessarily bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bulverism. It's not a, it's necessarily bad because it's an individual person trying to come up with theology all on their own by trying to read their scripture, sola scriptura.
Mm-hmm.
At best, he's going to reinvent the wheel. At best.
Mm-hmm.
The ESV doesn't read like that either. Okay, I have no clue. I mean, I read it in the Hebrew. So like they can translate it however they want, but Jacob is very clearly praying to an angel. I mean, I know what answer he will give. He will say that that angel is Jesus and Jesus is God. That's what he will say. Which, first of all, I disagree. Jesus isn't an angel. And Sam will bring the book of Hebrews, which clearly distinguishes between angels and Jesus. But, like, yeah, it's just bad. It's like, but that's what you get with Protestant theology. So, and that's my bashing on Protestants for the day.
You're chipping at the block, man. Like, I must say that you bashing Protestantism has very clearly helped me gain a more critical eye of interpretations of the Bible.
Look, I'm not bashing Protestantism just to bash Protestantism.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I have nothing against Protestants. I just like, and honestly, like, I wouldn't do it to like I don't even do it to Islam. Like I do it, I pick faults with Protestants because this is the culture in which we are living.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Yeah. And I'm living here with everyone else, and there are real criticisms to have. He gives money to a Protestant church. Yes, God have mercy on my soul. I do, in fact, give money to a Protestant church. And look, it was not easy for me to decide to send even the small amounts of money that I do. I mean, I'm not rich, but like Paul Vanderklay and this corner is very is important, and I think that people who are serious. What did I just do? Somebody in Grizz's thing has. So is Grizz live streaming right now? I think Grizz may be live streaming right now. Let me check to see if Grizz is live streaming right now. You can still hear me, right, Andrew?
Yep.
Okay. Grizz is not live streaming right now. He was live streaming for like all of 20 minutes before. Like, I don't know why I am. Let's see. Open the chat. Oh, okay. It wasn't me particularly that he was. Okay. Sorry. I got pinged, and I was like wondering if Grizz was pinging me for a particular reason. You know Grizz, right?
Grim Grizz, isn't he like the jokester of this little corner?
I call him our shaman. He is, in a very real sense, kind of like our shaman. He's an interesting guy. He's a very interesting guy. Yeah.
It's important to have those, forgive my language, shit posters, you know? Like,
Yeah, well, I don't think. I mean, I don't even think he is a shit poster. I think he's more of a um. How do you describe Grizz? He he is a person who sees things very differently from everyone else, and because of that, he can be hard to understand. That's for sure. And yeah, and he is who he is. Like, what more can I say about that?
yeah. There's this funny moment in this book called Loris. Hey, let's see, I think I've got the book here. This one looks real cool. It's got gold foil and everything, you know. It's a Russian book, so you know, very dramatic.
Do you speak Russian?
No, not at all.
So why do you have a Russian book?
I mean, it's not in Russian, but it's got a
okay.
Russian style. It's made by a Russian. It's
Okay.
like, have you ever read Dostoevsky?
I was a huge fan of Dostoevsky when I was a young man.
Awesome. It is pretty much in that vein, except it writes more like a fairy tale. There's a funny moment in this where there's this so there's this capital city. I think it's Moscow or something like that. And because the city's so big, all of the Fools for Christ have made up their little territories, right? You know, so one of the Fools for Christ is sitting there. He's in rags, you know, half naked, and he's pointing out everyone's sins. He's saying like, you haven't prayed today. You need to give more money to the poor. You're not compassionate enough, right? Just with lots more profanity, you know, he's just spewing out insults. And then he looks around the crowd and he sees another Fool for Christ. And he's like, you shouldn't be here. And he starts running after him to beat him up. And so this Fool for Christ, you see two Fools for Christ running down the highway, you know, one of them just shouting obscenities at him as he goes. And then they get to this bridge back towards the other Fool for Christ river or territory, but it's all packed, you know, there's like, he can't go past it. So you see the one who's running away, he like tentatively steps out on the water and starts like tiptoeing across the water back to his territory, you know, like walking on water. And then the other Fool for Christ curses, and then he starts walking on water after him. And so they get to the middle of the river where the first Fool for Christ stops, and then he just decks the other one who's coming across him. And everyone around's just like, yeah, that's fair, because you know that's his territory.
Okay.
So I think those Fools for Christ are very important, and even when we're trying to be like a foil for the culture, it's still important for us to get beat up as well, you know.
Okay. That's an interesting take. I'm gonna have to think about it. Yeah.
I love Russian literature because like it has a small trend of like everything's gonna work out in the end, but every time they do it, there's a lesson to be learned in how it works out, you know? Like, why is it okay for Fools for Christ to exist, and for one Fool for Christ to beat up another, you know? It's wonderful.
It is yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Yeah. Okay. You have me convinced. It's fine for fools for Christ to beat each other up. Richard says, I thought Grimm opening up on the live stream a couple of days ago was quite precious about receiving positive attention. I don't know if I know what exactly you are talking about, but okay. So what's this you were saying about changing your major? Were you actually thinking of changing your major, Andrew?
Me?
Yeah.
In the beginning, I just wasn't too sure about chemical engineering because I was interested in chemistry. My dad said, like, the only way you're going to do chemistry is through chemical engineering because a chemistry major just doesn't have any jobs with it, you know? So I just wanted to, because it's really easy to change within the School of Engineering, I wanted to check out my options, you know? So I took some seminar classes, you know, just got in touch with a lot of different engineering majors. Didn't really find much of it too interesting. I still like chemistry a lot more. So, yeah.
I'm not sure that there aren't. I mean, I think, honestly, when my nephew was starting college, I told him I think the best major to have is, and I still think the best major to have is math undergrad. I think you can do basically anything with a bachelor's degree in mathematics. But yeah, that's my little view of it. And I'm guessing lots of people may disagree. But if I had it all over to do again, I would. I think I would major in math. But that's. If you don't say anything, I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah. I'm fine with silence. I think silence is important in the conversation.
Actually, it is. I think I think it's most important when you're with someone else. If you can be silent with someone else when you're talking to somebody else, that's incredible. That's being very, very comfortable with them. And not everybody is. So, yeah. There is that. I am such a nerd that I am going through and actually choosing the correct version of the Magic the Gathering card in my cube.
Gotta get it just right. If the vibe's not there, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if people don't know the exact way that no, I mean, I was just sitting here and looking at this stuff, and was like, okay, I can do this without there actually being any thought involved, and my mind actually being in any way complicated by this.
Another random question. There's a bit in John, I think, where Christ says, this is going to be the English translation, so I'm sure you're going to not like it. But Christ says, like, who do you think I, the Son of Man, am? And then I think Peter responds, some say Elijah or John the Baptist, or some of the other prophets like Jeremiah, or I think Obadiah, something like that. And I
think it was Elijah.
Yeah. I can see how. Well, I don't know the literature too intimately, but I know Elijah was taken up, in
bodily.
Yeah. And Saint John the Forerunner is like the second Elijah, But yeah, I know. But I don't get the justification for the other prophets like Jeremiah or whatever.
Well, I mean, you have to ask the question. Some say you are John, right? So obviously, John was a real person, right? That lived during Jesus' time. And hello, Cassandra. This may be your first time here. Agree with the math major thing. It's in everything, and most people are afraid of it. Yeah. So I actually point to this a lot when Christians get weirded out by the Jewish belief in reincarnation. We actually believe in transmigration of souls, if you're being technical. And so within Jewish culture, the idea that someone embodies something special about someone else is not as foreign as it is, I think, in Greek philosophy, and certainly like in modern American culture. So the Jewish concept of soul is very, very complex. And so, like, I think that text in a Jewish point of view, like, it's not even strange that, like, the whole exchange isn't very strange at all to me, right? Because this concept of, so let's talk about I don't know if you've heard of the Eunucha. So he is a rabbi who is, Eunucha literally means child prodigy. And he's in his 30s now. He's like 34 or something. But he's still called the Eunucha because when he was like 13, he started wowing everybody. And he's still wowing everybody, but he continues to be called the Yanuka. And like, if you look, excuse me, if you look on the webpage, like YouTube, you will see this 30-year-old lecturing to rooms filled with rabbis with long white beards, right? And I only found out about him because Christians started asking me about this new Antichrist. And I'm looking into him, and I jokingly say, I was like, yeah, maybe he is. But, you know, for me, like the idea that he might be the Messiah, like I'm listening to this guy, he's absolutely bowling me over with his Torah. He seems like an incredibly nice person. And like, I know from the position that he's in, if he wanted to, he could milk it for a lot of money. There are a lot of rich Kabbalists. I call them Kabbalistim because, so im is the plural ending in Hebrew, and so Kabbalistim, but the word listim in Aramaic means, and it comes from actually the Greek, it means highway robbers, right? So I call them Kabbalistim listim. And I got this from one of my rabbis who said it. So if you look, like, you can Google rich rabbis, and you will get lists of rich rabbis who are Kabbalists who, like, people give all large amounts of money for, you know, in order to do things and whatever, right? So this Yanuka guy, if he wanted to, he could be living like one of these Kabbalistim who like take $1 million salaries and stuff and like live exactly like the televangelists and, you know, the prosperity gospel types.
Yeah.
Right? But he's not doing that. And he could easily do that if he wanted to. He seems to be living an incredibly humble life. He, like, every time I've listened to him, I've been absolutely wowed, right? And so in a Jewish context, like, let's say I was a Christian and I did believe Jesus was coming back. I have no reason not to believe that he's Jesus. Why couldn't he be Jesus? In the exact same way that you see, like, some people say you're John the Baptist. Well, John the Baptist, like,
He's dead. Yeah.
Not only is he dead, he baptized you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, how could Jesus be John the Baptist if John the Baptist baptized him?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Well, only if you have a Jewish concept of the soul. And, like, some people will do the math. So there's this belief that it's possible to have 5 levels of soul in Judaism. But every human being only has half of a soul because your wife has the other half of your soul. So does that mean I have 2.5 souls? Or no, like you don't do math like that. There are 5 levels of souls, and I might have all 5 of them, hopefully. And So like I remember somebody once asked me on one of these, I think it was one of these streams, or it might have been on a different stream on it. Somebody asked me, like, can you lose souls, gain and lose souls? And it's like, yes, we believe you can gain and lose souls. So somebody asked me, what happens if you lose all of your souls? Like, then you cease to exist. Because your soul, in Jewish terms, is what animates you. Mm-hmm. That spark of divinity that God has used to create you. And this was another question, like, this is another question I get actually quite frequently, but I just remember, like, when I was a campus rabbi, like, getting people coming and asking me, do Jews really believe that stones have souls? It's like, yeah. And it's like, how do they exist otherwise?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, Christ says, like, the very stones will cry out. Like, how else do you explain that? I don't know. It's people, I tell you.
So, Lance, is that more qualitative than quantitative to come up with the 5 levels of soul? Interesting thinking. Yes, exactly. Like, if you're doing the math on the 5 half souls and coming up with 2.5 souls, you're just getting it wrong.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes we overcomplicate things, and I think sometimes we oversimplify things. Switching levels of analysis and switching understanding when something is allegorical as opposed to when something is literal. Like, Chazi really likes to point out the fact that one of the definitions of literally now in the dictionary, and this is only a few years old, is figuratively, because people use literally to mean figuratively now. And they do. Like, people will say, I literally died, by which they mean I figuratively died, right? And so the dictionary had to accept that, because this is another thing people don't understand is a dictionary isn't prescriptive, it's descriptive, right? It explains how people use words, or at least it used to be before the woke took over the dictionaries, which is another thing.
Yep. I will say that, like, that, I guess you could say, the language of the transmutation of souls is kind of taken up in Christianity. Like, I don't know if I'm using this term right, but pseudepigrapha, like, you have texts of, like, Saint Ephrem and Saint Dionysius and Saint Methodius that were obviously not written by those people, but they're written in a style that tries to emulate those people. And when they name the text, they didn't name it by the person who penned it, but by those saints.
Yeah, I mean, Bart Ehrman dislikes that type of thing. I am not a huge fan of the pseudonymous, but what you're saying as far as, I mean, I don't want to get into that detail, because what you're saying, I think I largely agree with. That, yeah, it doesn't have to be literal materialism. It doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't have to be somebody who's asking, well, Jesus, how could you be John the Baptist? John the Baptist, just a few chapters ago, baptized you. Right?
And we also we have like taking on the name of someone, like priests will take on the name of saints,
Yeah.
and yeah. I mean, I certainly see how it works. Like, there's one of the priests that I've met, Saint Augustine, Father Augustine. He's like, you can tell he reads Saint Augustine. He's got a book called The Daily Augustine, and he knows the city.
This is a Coptic priest?
Yep. Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yep. Surprising, huh? Yeah, I know. And he knows the city of God like the back of his hand. Like,
that's interesting because I thought the Eastern Orthodox generally aren't huge fans of Augustine, but I guess being Coptic, Augustine lived in Alexandria, right? Or something like that?
Hippo. It's closer to Alexandria.
It's in Egypt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or whether Northern Africa, you could say, like around there.
So is your liturgy in Coptic?
Parts of it, yeah. It's between English, Coptic, and Arabic. So
how's your Arabic?
Not very good. I haven't tried learning Arabic. I am very tentatively trying to learn Coptic because, I am interested in theology, and I figure if I learn Coptic, that'll be, similar to Greek, and there are texts in Coptic that I can read, and yada yada yada.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm thinking if I were in your place, if I were trying to find a non-Chalcedonian church. So actually, I used to drive past a church that had a rosy cross. So it's like an ancient something. What was it? Let me. Yeah.
Rosicrucian? I don't know.
No. They were. They were ancient Orthodox church.
It might be.
Is this the one? I used to drive past. No, this is not it. Okay, now I'm gonna have to find this because it's gonna drive me nuts if I don't. So I used to live. Right.
It could be Malankara or Syriac cross.
Ancient Church of the East. Yes.
Yeah, they're actually different from us. Too. Oriental Orthodox. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, but I believe they're non-Chalcedonian, right?
Yeah. They're not even like with Ephesus. They have Constantinople, and that's it.
Well, this I used to drive past this church every day. Like I used to live right there, and I would probably go Armenian, but also because so many Armenians speak Farsi and stuff. But I don't speak Armenian. But yeah, there's so many more Armenians in Los Angeles than there are Copts. Although, ever since the revolution, there's been a lot of people, coming. Oh, that must have affected the church a lot.
Yep.
Over the past what? It's been like 5. How many years has it been since the revolution?
I don't know, but most of my a lot of people in our church are immigrants, and like the generation above me, they're mostly immigrants, and there's not so much the generation above him.
It's been
above
10
them.
years. Yeah, 10 years since Mubarak fell, and that's when the persecution started.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like every couple weeks or months or so, you get like news of, oh, here's another cop that got stabbed in the street.
Yeah, murders all the time. Yeah. Mark likes to say Christians are for lions. And it's like, it's easy for you to say that. He's not, he doesn't actually go to church or anything. He's a Christian in that he grew up as an atheist in Christian society, and he recognizes that. But yeah, I mean, there are real genocides going on. And yeah, the genocide of Christians, like the fact that people aren't paying attention to that. What can I say?
Yeah. I had a classmate who's doing a paper on like the persecution of Christians in Egypt, and he was talking to his friend about it, and the friend like immediately assumed that it was the Christians persecuting other people. Like, I don't know, it was just so far from his mind that Christians would still be persecuted.
It's honestly like when you look at the UN reports on what's going on in Ethiopia and Nigeria, like in Sub-Saharan Africa, like serious, but also, I mean, in Egypt, but mostly Sub-Saharan Africa, like the continued persecution of Christians, it's at genocide levels, and like it really bothers me that Western Christians, like out of political correctness and this idea in like intersectionality and like Christians can't be persecuted because they're dominate, like all the stupid critical race theory, critical theory, postmodernist BS. Like, yeah, you read the UN reports on genocide, and it's not at all clear who's being murdered until you do serious digging. Then you realize, oh, there are Christians being murdered mostly by Muslims, but also by Hindus in India, by the way. And also Muslims in the Philippines. And I mean, there's also, when we're talking genocide, the Chinese are in fact trying to murder like their entire Muslim population of millions of people. And our relevance realization and our salience, like we're not paying attention, and so might as well bring up the UFO stuff, right? Like a friend of mine called me last night because he's like, what's going on with this UFO stuff? Because he knows for over a year I have been like, we need to be paying attention to UFOs. And not because I necessarily believe, although I don't necessarily disbelieve that there are extraterrestrials. But if you are aware of the DNI report, the Director of National Intelligence report to Congress, like it's 3 pages long. I read it. I think every intelligent American should at least be aware of it. And if you don't understand the implications of that report, like, it should have been front page news, and for weeks long, everybody should have been talking about it. But nobody was, and I am not sure if people are going to be talking about it even now. Like, my friend was like, "Oh, people are going to start talking about this," and I'm like, I don't know. Although apparently a fourth one was shot down today, but like, our lack of relevance realization.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely funny to me that both of you have college dorm bunk beds behind you.
Yeah. This is my closet.
Well, yes, the mirror is showing you, is showing us the bunk bed. Yeah.
Do you have a roommate?
Yeah, I've got 2 of them.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, UCLA, most of the rooms are three per. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the bathrooms are not enough capacity for the number of people.
Yep. Uh-huh.
That's not good.
Yeah. Sometimes
Well,
it's annoying with
yeah.
showers because you just have to wait a while. But
yeah, and UCLA, I mean, their campus is pretty big, but the stupid thing is, like, the Westwood Homeowners Association is so powerful and doing yeah, I hear this. These are Chinese balloons. UFOs are just a distraction from the Biden admin and military failure. Honestly, I would have been a lot happier if we had a sentient president.
Mhm.
Well, I have a question if you want me to distract from politics a bit.
How dare you distract me with your Bible stuff from the very important speculation on military and UFOs?
Yes, very interesting. What do you think of John 8:58? Where do you know the reference to where
Yeah.
Christ says "I am" in the Greek?
Go on.
That's why I asked. Go on. Why I asked. Jacob, we've done this enough
I
times.
have to stop
We have
laughing before
we've done
I
this
answer you.
enough times, but you can skip the lesson.
No.
No.
Okay, I am not performatively laughing. I'm just actually laughing.
That's good. Well,
Okay.
well, just know that, like, I'm just trying to figure, like, this is a
Yes,
gotcha.
I get it.
Okay,
Good.
good.
But it's just, I'm just remembering when I was on Sam's channel, and like, what I said was, when I read Mark 12,
True.
I thought, all I could think to myself was, only if Christians spent as much time trying to understand and explicate Mark 12 as they have Jesus saying, "I am."
True.
Okay.
For sure. Yeah.
So first of all, like, "I am he," like, no, that is not a claim to divinity.
What is it? I am here. It's just I am.
Well, Sam says everywhere else those exact same words are translated "I am he." And apparently the Greek actually does have a he there, but yeah. But like once you're basing your basic theology on trying to make a connection between Jesus saying "I am" and so the first time, speaking of Augustine, the first time I heard of Augustine, I was actually in college, and my college roommates were Catholic.
Mhm.
And I was taking Hebrew. And I was talking to one of my roommates, Joseph, his name was actually, and he had considered becoming a Catholic priest. And he was reading Augustine. And we were talking about something else, and I mentioned that in Hebrew, there is no present tense of the verb to be. And he says to me, no, that can't be. Like, yeah, it can. There is no present tense of the verb to be in Hebrew. And he said, but I just read this long explication of Augustine on I am who am, where he talks about how it's in the present tense, not in the future or past tense. And I'm like, well, he obviously didn't know it's Hebrew because it's actually in the incomplete. It's in the imperfect. It's in the future tense. Ehyeh asher ehyeh, right? And he showed it to me, and that was the first time I had heard of Augustine, and that was like, I was like, okay, this guy's an idiot. And I still recommend the letters between Augustine and Jerome are actually very interesting. And in everything, I prefer Jerome, because Jerome went to the Holy Land and learned Hebrew from a bunch of Jews and retranslated from the Hebrew the Vulgate. And part of the letter interchanges between him and Augustine are in fact Augustine being like, why are you doing that? You shouldn't do that. We should stick with the Septuagint, etc. And obviously, I go with Jerome over Augustine every day of the week, and twice on Sundays. I think it's a Sunday. But so, how did we get? Oh, I am, right? Like, if you're going to turn every I am into a claim to divinity, like every time someone says I am, that's a claim to divinity, like you've lost your mind. And what Sam likes to point out is that the interpretation that that's some sort of blasphemy, right, or claim to divinity, is based on agreeing with the Jews in the Gospel of John. And as Father Stephen likes to point out, the Jews in the Gospel of John say every number of ridiculous things that like are absolutely shocking to any Jew, like that anybody would think any such thing. Like when I read, like, he has Jews in there saying, we are the children of Abraham, we've never been slaves. It was like,
yeah, who are you?
Yeah, it's funny because in the Orthodox study Bible, there's a funny note. It's when Nicodemus is defending Jesus, and they're like, "No prophet came out of Galilee, right?" And the note is so funny.
What does it say?
The Pharisees show their blind hatred and their ignorance of the scriptures, for the prophet Jonah came from Galilee, from the town of Gath-Hepher, which was only 3 miles from Nazareth.
So I mean,
I take your point, right?
yeah. The Jews in John are the utmost in people who say stupid things.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. That'll be all. Thank you.
So can we go back to UFOs now? Thank you,
Yes.
Richard.
Goodbye.
If you don't say anything, I'm not gonna say
Okay.
anything.
Yeah.
But we've been going for like 4 hours.
Yep. Yeah.
And I believe the Super Bowl is over. Who won? Should I completely spoil it for everyone? Apparently they're still in the fourth quarter and there's 2.5 minutes and it's tied.
Jeez.
35, 2 minutes and 47 seconds to go in the fourth quarter.
Oh, it's 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line. That's crazy.
Well, 17-yard apparently, according to Google. Yes. So
tight game.
Yeah, and apparently, so in the fourth quarter, Kansas scored 2 touchdowns.
Wow, making a comeback.
Yeah. This must have been an exciting game. Good thing we missed it completely. I blame the Jews.
How does Jerome respond when St. Augustine's saying we should use the Septuagint?
So Augustine, so Jerome, I don't remember. Yeah, I do not remember.
Making me read it
since I read that.
myself. Oh.
They're not very long, the letters, at least the ones that I saw in English, the ones that have been. My favorite part is, so the word kikayon in Jonah. So when Jerome translated it into the Vulgate, he changed the word from what people knew it as. And Augustine complains that people were getting into fist fights in the street over what is the correct word.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like you have those fist fights in the street over origin too. Like
people are people. I mean, what can I tell you? Yeah. People are crazy. Yeah. Did not realize that was. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out these analysis things that exist on what you call it. That exist. My brain will start working. Oh, on this Magic Cube website. Oh, I know you don't care.
Don't worry.
They have a whole bunch of different. They have a bunch of different analyses that I've never used, and I have no clue how to use. And I'm not sure if they're worthwhile. Actually paying attention to it. Apparently I have too many white 3-drops. No. Too many multiple? No. Too many white 2-drops. We will see. Yeah. Anyway, if you ever decide you want to come by, or we could go grab lunch or dinner, or just beer or something.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm sure I'd get theologically crushed by you.
Theologically crushed? Probably not. But you would get to meet my dog.
All right.
That's the important part.
I've got a corgi at home.
Happy is not a corgi. Happy is an 80-pound Rottweiler.
Oh, wow.
She is also 80 pounds of scaredy cat. It's so funny. She's scared of everything. And I have to move that cord off her bed. Why is that cord on her bed? I hope she didn't move it. I have to fix the cords. I just moved my office here, and I haven't tidied up like I should. Yeah, I think there's a bunch of stuff, including getting window treatments, because like I have no blinds or curtains, and I think that's why it's so always cold in my apartment, because it just like it's always the same temperature inside as it is outside, which is not good. That's why we're inside, so we don't. My mom, I guess she didn't realize that, like, when you have as many large windows as this place has, if you don't have any window treatments, like, you're gonna freeze. Okay, Andrew, say something interesting.
Something interesting. I'm reading the letters right now. I've just finished Augustine. He's like, yeah, the apostles used the Septuagint, and we don't have verifiable copies of the Hebrew. And plus, Saint Jerome, you are so uniquely amazing that we cannot find an arbiter for your translation of the Bible in the Vulgate. So it's crazy, you know. I'm just getting to the point of Jerome to Augustine. It looks
11 seconds left, and they're still tied.
Man, are they holding it?
I mean, I don't know much about this stuff, but like, yeah, 11 seconds left, and it's tied. I'm guessing this is going to be a much talked about.
You know, the Chiefs are probably going to toss it, and either they're going to catch it or nothing. Oh, they went for a 3-pointer. Oh, well, it's over then. Chiefs won.
You just spoiled the whole game.
Oh, okay. Well, there's 8 seconds left. Who knows? Maybe they'll punt it on their side and then go for a Hail Mary and then get the Hail Mary and then, oh my gosh, the Eagles win. Yeah.
Okay. I guess. Well, Google doesn't have that yet.
Jerome doesn't like Origin.
Do I like Origin? What did Origin say?
Origin's the great Neoplatonist.
I like Neoplatonism.
Yep. He's the one that fought Arius.
I like Arius.
Oh, well.
I mean, I think Arianism was less bad as a form of Trinitarianism, but what do I know?
I don't know.
The funny things you see on Twitter. There's a guy basically dressed up as a dwarf, jumping off with 2 hand axes, jumping off this snowy cliff into like ice water, like hundreds of feet below, and there's like almost 7 million views of it.
That's
weird things and people.
Yeah, I see that point where they are they're fighting about the one word in Jonah.
Yep. So, Kansas City Chiefs win. They scored 17 points in the fourth quarter.
Put up a good fight. I'll give them that.
Yeah. So, how'd they score the 3 points?
Field goal. So if you you can like kick the ball into those whatever yellow
Yeah.
posts, and then that'll give you 3 points.
There you go. Okay, I am going to put some food in the microwave. You keep people entertained while I go do that.
Okay. Aha. Now I can truly get up to mischief. Says here that Jerome translated it as ivy, the branch that shaded whatever Jonah, and the Hebrew or whatever the Septuagint translated it gourd. And there are fights in the street about that. He kind of like pleads with Augustine, saying like, have some consideration for a soldier who is now old and long retired from the active service, and force him not to take the field again and expose his life to the chances of war. St. Jerome seems like a very accomplished fellow. He has this translation where he marks out different other people's translations, other church fathers, and yeah, very, I don't know, honorable, distinguished, something like that. It seems like the Septuagint is definitely the authoritative text that they used in the 5th century, at the least. I was very entertaining.
Good job.
Thanks.
Wow, Happy doesn't play with that toy very often. Although I guess she's just licking it. That's so funny. I don't know if she's licking the toy or licking her her paws. Huh. No, she's licking her bed. That's what she's licking. Such a silly dog. I buy her all these toys and she never plays with like basically any of them.
Yeah. My dog's got the opposite problem. She just tears them apart.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If she does, yeah. Well, yeah. How old's your dog?
7, I think, maybe 8. Yeah.
Happy just turned 10.
All right.
somebody knocked on the next door neighbor's apartment, and Happy is not happy with that.
Oh, she's checking it out.
Happy, leave it alone. Yes, so for proportion, come here. This is how big Happy is.
Mm.
Ow!
Oh,
Now I can't hear you. Okay, say something.
something.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Cool.
Well, I guess Happy's not going back to her bed.
Mm. What's the Hebrew on the border of your videos?
That is the Tetragrammaton.
Mm.
Yeah, this is my background. Where's my background? So the Hebrew shows the image of man in the name of God.
Mm.
It's one of my favorite things.
Mm-hmm.
As you can tell. Okay, my dinner is done. I will be back.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I have to entertain you guys now.
Did you keep everybody entertained?
A little less entertaining this time, you know. Yep. You know, if it wasn't for icons, I don't think I'd be Christian.
Why?
Because they're just so beautiful, man. And they're very, you know, theologically rich.
What is your favorite icon?
I think, well, the one that springs to mind is the icon of the Trinity. Oh, Sinai icon. That's a really good one. Let me see if I can pull it up. Present. Share screen. Share screen. Well, bam. Do you see this?
I do not.
Uh-oh. Oh. Chrome tab. Share. How
There
about
we
now?
go.
Awesome. Yep. There's Christ, you know. It's this one I think is explicating his human and divine. I'm Coptic. Can I say human divine nature? Or this one I think was painted by a East Orthodox iconographer. So human and divine, if you must.
Yeah. So Paul Vanderklay was talking about like how icons would have Jesus with two different eyes to like show show two different things,
Mm.
and how the modernists were like, oh well, these people just didn't know how to draw correctly. It's like,
Oh.
I don't think you kind of get it.
Yeah.
And then you get modern art, which is actually not modern at all. Like, so Guernica, I don't know if you've ever seen Guernica by Picasso.
Yep.
Like, that to me, like, I'm not a fan of cubism generally, but I think Guernica is the best representation of the idea of war, and it needs to be represented the way it is. I also like Visage of War by Dolly. You were going to show me more icons.
Okay. You want to see one of the Holy Trinity? Don't shy away, huh?
I think I know that one.
Okay.
I think I know the one you're talking about, but go ahead.
Let's see, the one by Rublev. I don't think that's the original, but this one. My screen's in grayscale, but let me change that. Color filters.
So somebody asked Father Stephen about this icon, because obviously you're not supposed to depict the father.
Yep.
And so he's like, yeah, but it's an icon and God does what he does. And God doesn't have to play by our rules. And I mean, honestly, I think the hospitality of Abraham, despite the fact so many Christians use it as some sort of proof of the Trinity, not really a proof of the Trinity in my opinion. But it's, as far as I'm aware, this is the only like recognized icon that actually has a thing of the Father.
Yeah.
Wow, 5,000 euros.
I mean, that's a really good one.
5,000 euros.
I think generally icons are commissioned. Like you get in touch with an iconographer and then you ask him for them. And then usually you do it for like an occasion, like a baptism or something. So just buying them off the internet isn't the best.
Yeah, at St. Michael's, the Hebrew wasn't great.
Mm.
So this is one of my favorite images.
Mm.
And I like the image, but I especially like the image because of the Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
So the first line is in Hebrew, second line is in Greek, and third line is in Latin.
Mm.
And so it starts off, first of all, it has the vocalization marks, and that's completely anachronistic.
Mm-hmm.
And like you would never vocalize a sign like that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So even today, if you were to make a sign like that, you wouldn't vocalize it.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly 2,000 years ago, before there were vocalizations on Hebrew, you wouldn't vocalize it. So it's completely anachronistic. But my favorite part is the first two words are Hebrew. The next two words, like he kind of got tired following whoever wrote it out for him did. And so it's like pseudo Hebrew.
Mm.
It's like, so yeah, it's one of my favorite images.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another one I like is, let's see. I like the really simple ones, the ones they use in pretty much every church, because it just distills so much,
So you like liturgy?
Yeah. We'll do this one. I think it's cool how like she points towards Christ and then Christ has the cross in his halo,
Oh, huh.
Yeah.
Huh. So who are the angels over her shoulder?
Oh, I've got no idea. Sometimes you'll see stuff like that, like two angels. No idea. Let me see if I can find it. I've got 2 books on icons, so I should be able to find something.
So you're a Jonathan Pajot fan, I can tell.
Oh, you got me, huh? How'd you know?
Okay, I am going to go get my edamame. I will be back.
Gotcha. It's got that exact icon in this book, but it does not explain the angels.
How dare they?
Mm-hmm.
I am highly offended that they don't. Andrew is a Coptic catechumen who goes to UCLA.
Oh, it says the archangels in the top corners are Michael on the right of the Mother of God and Gabriel on the left of her.
And who?
Gabriel.
Gabriel?
Usually they pair those two up. And usually it's Michael on the right. So, kind of neat.
Well, Michael is on her right.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is there anything else?
So this is also one of my favorite icons.
What'd you think of the suit?
I loved it. Every time I see people complaining on Twitter of his Twitter suit, like that's art, man. Hey, Sherry. Sherry says, "A Coptic brother." Hi, Andrew and Jacob.
Hello, how's it going? Have you seen a? Oh, well, you already have an icon of the crucifixion, huh? Let me see if I can find the one. Usually, Russian Orthodox icons of the crucifixion are just amazing.
Do you paint or draw or carve or anything?
I am not very good at painting, so yeah. I wish I was better. I can't find the one I like here, but hey, you know.
I eat way too many edamame.
Yeah.
I don't know if that much soybean is good for you.
Yeah. My first Easter at like an Orthodox church was absolutely amazing. You know, it's like, I don't know, very beautiful. They like processed an icon out, you know, of the crucifixion, and they have this tradition where like you tap it and then you do this, you know, just like a blessing, you know. And I was like, yep, this is the participative church that I want.
I'm not sure your roommate would appreciate being on YouTube.
Okay, I'll turn off my camera. That's the corgi, by the way.
Ah. So Andrew said he was from Irvine. Were you like born and raised in Irvine?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's so funny to me that you're like literally 1 mile away.
Mm-hmm.
I spent so much time at UCLA over the years.
Mm.
Actually, well, let's see. According to Google, you are 3 miles away, and it's an hour walk.
Mm.
That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, the walking speed on Google is very slow.
Although apparently you're 300 feet higher in elevation than I am.
Mm. Yeah, it's very
No,
hilly.
200. Yeah.
It makes it horrible going to class, you know.
Yeah, UCLA is very hilly. Especially, aren't you like on the other side? Like all the dorms are like on the
Yeah.
other side from
From the classes, yeah. They got all the
because you're East Campus.
mhm. They have all the whatever sports stuff like right in the middle of campus, and
And all the humanities stuff is
Yep.
towards the west and like all
it's like
because they have to make the engineers suffer the most.
that's how they get us to engineer stuff. We make our own scooters.
There you go. Number 8 bus.
Usually I take the Rapid 12 and then it's rapid.
Oh, so apparently also the 6 and the 761. No, there's basically a bus to for me to UCLA every half hour. Although I have to wonder if there isn't a student tram to to the UCLA what should we call it?
Graduate housing or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't really taken the tram before.
It says UCLA Parents Nursery School University. I have no idea what this is, but that's what it says. Oh, so there's apparently a UCLA elementary school right across the street from me. And apparently one of my neighbors runs a jiu-jitsu and grappling business out of our building. That's so funny. This is what you get when you look up your place on Google Maps.
I've probably got to head out. I got to do homework.
You should go do homework.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'll see you. Thanks for talking.
Good night. Hey, Chad. Apparently, everybody thinks. Well, not everybody. Apparently, half the nation thinks that the refs called the game. Refs should never call the game. Well, refs should not be. Chad!
What's up, Betch?
After watch the game.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Yeah, I was. We were just watching the 5th episode of 1923.
5th episode of 1923.
Yeah, it's a shoot off of Yellowstone.
I have heard of Yellowstone. I've never actually watched it. I tend to not watch anything from the past 20 years unless somebody tells me that it's really good.
Well,
At least 2 people tell me that it's really good.
yeah, I'm much like that too. There's I tend to not like. I didn't watch any Breaking Bad or any of that stuff until several years after it was already out, and I started with Better Call Saul, and then went and watched Breaking Bad.
I watched Breaking Bad. I was very, very disappointed with the final season.
I've heard people.
What?
I've heard that from people, but I liked it.
It was depressing, and I don't like that type of soul crushing depressing.
Yeah,
I watched the first 2 seasons of Better Call Saul, and I really liked it.
yeah,
But I like watching like binge watching things. I don't like. I like watching the whole like series.
yep.
And I haven't had Netflix in such a long time that I haven't watched the rest of it. So
Yeah, it's complete now. That one is you might be pleased with the ending on that one. But that's probably the best show I think I've ever seen. But Yellowstone so far is right up there with the best show I've seen. But it all really depends on the ending. You know?
I liked Better Call Saul. The 2 seasons that I watched, it was good.
So yeah, so this game, you're saying people are saying that the refs called it.
I can barely hear you.
You're saying that the refs called the game?
Yeah, that's apparently what some people are saying.
Why is my mic not working? That's weird.
Let me see if this turns you up. Say something.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, that turns you down. Okay, say something now.
Something now?
I can barely hear you.
Weird.
Yeah, I was hearing you before. Let me see if I can turn it up.
I
have you turned up all the way.
Audio, microphone. Yeah.
Yeah, I can barely hear you. Here, let me try.
Well, it says my microphone thing is picking it up clearly. Yo.
Yeah, other people hear you fine.
Okay.
You know what? Let me try reloading. Just a second.
Hi, everybody. Remember, everybody, there is no agency. We want what's best for you.
You want what's best for me. Yeah, I can barely hear you, but I think it's my problem.
It's okay. I'm not sticking around. I have to go to bed. I just wanted to drop in and say hello.
It's like 11 o'clock there, right?
No, it's about 10.
10.
So, well, it was good to see you.
Good to see you.
Sleep well.
I'll
Good
talk
night,
to you
everybody.
later. Good night. There's something wrong with my sound. Oh well. Okay, I think I'm gonna go. It's been 5 hours. It's nice talking to people. Good night.